So I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, I see. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about
it. And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood. Most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting with at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
all these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Who the fuck is Access Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood, bitch.
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood. Hello, friends and enemies of YouTube. The Access. I'm glad to see you with us. All the beautiful children of the metaverse and beyond. Thought I would maybe indulge in another night of slight philosophy and music, or at least some peculiar speculation. Me and the creator have been bumping heads a little bit here lately. And we're not necessarily seeing eye to eye. And when I start voicing my concerns in such areas, it generally scares people back into Sunday school, and they start wearing their crosses and praying before they go to bed, and all the typical stereostigmata that comes whenever you have a true, outright disagreement with the Creator God. So before we start playing into that madness, let's have a little of this madness.
And you might think, well, maybe people who have deprived and traumatic upbringings use that experience in their creative work. The passions that they feel and the horrors that they have experienced emerge in the music. Between genius and madness, genius and madness. Now, if we look at some of the great geniuses in the past, a number of them seem to have gone mad in their mature years. That bipolar mood disorder overlaps with schizophrenia, madness and creativity. That bipolar mood disorder overlaps with schizophrenia, madness and creativity. A bit like somebody on an acid trip. 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 What is it that links genius and madness? Particularly music. What is it that links genius and madness? Particularly music.
Curious if anyone out there who has a creator God or incorporates a creator God into their existence ever finds themselves at complete and total odds with not only the creator God, not for necessarily his personality, but the flaws in the fundamental design of his creation. And whenever it starts compiling up to the point where just the general design of this realm and this created environment that we live in, and you think, really, you know, And the more you ponder it, and the more that you look into it, you think, well, who do I blame? You know, it's like when a tree falls and smashes your vehicle, and in that same week, somebody drives by and sideswipes your vehicle and takes off, and no one sees anything. And then, because you haven't moved your vehicle for a week, it gets towed. And these are things that you don't necessarily have much control over, but yet they happen. And when they start happening, sometimes they start coming on real heavy. No small amount. Though, according to biblical law, or at least another one of God's supposed promises to us, is He wouldn't ever give us any more than what we could handle. That we would always be able to endure the circumstances or the consequences of whatever it is that He's allowing to happen to us. If I had the integrity, I'd look up the verse, but all you have to do is just type into Google, God will not allow more than you can handle to be bestowed upon you. It's a pretty common verse, and it might not hurt you to do a little research. But throughout my life, I've found myself in situations that, I may have overcome them. I may have been able to get past them, but the amount of damage that was done is almost traumatically scarring. And I'm not talking relevant little things that makes your life inconvenient, such as, went to the store and they didn't have my particular brand of soda pop, so that must be God working against me. No, that's a very small, petty-minded look at the whole concept. I'm talking things that are so far beyond your control that they're basically built into the constant of this reality. And seeing that God decided to take responsibility for creating everything, and these are things that seem to be so far out of my realm of being able to work with. It seems that I hold Him personally responsible at times. Even the Jews during their captivity with the Nazis put God on trial and found him guilty. And I don't think necessarily what He'd done to Job was a very kind thing, but I don't see God as being a very kind God. I've viewed this and relayed it many times before. I think He's indifferent. And sometimes I think that circumstances on a greater scale, whether we like it or not, bleeds over and tends to have a pretty profound and massive effect on our world. Though we haven't done anything karmatically to bring on this situation, it's just cause and effect. Kind of like a family in a small hut in Asia, and they spend a normal day doing their village type stuff, and then really late at night, the whole fucking place gets bombed, and everybody gets wiped out except for you. And you seem to walk away unscarred, but yet there's the situation. You've lost your village, you've lost your family, you've lost everything that you held, loved, believed in, and treasured. And it was no fault of your own. It was just you were caught up in circumstances that were very much beyond your control. And in these circumstances, I find that people break. They either put on their safety stops and remove themselves emotionally and mentally from the situation, or they endeavor forward with the intent to persevere and eventually go mad or insane, which there's many facilities in the United States that are filled with these people. And then madness being okay, not madness, insanity. Being, to me, a very unfair challenge that can be put on any individual. When you're dealing with insanity, how can you be expected at that point in time to rationalize with the Creator God who allowed a situation to happen that would take you to that point without you taking yourself there and leaving you abandoned without any cause, rhyme, or reason that you could possibly determine, because your mind isn't capable of doing that anymore. You have lost all reason. Your coherency is gone. And it's within these realms that me and God usually wind up button heads, or what that's worth, whether it's eternal damnation or whether God has a rational enough mind to be able to understand that there are certain circumstances that kind of call for you and God to sit down and stare at each other across the table and throw that hard look down of like, really? You know, you take any of the stories of, such as the, hey, Origins, how's it going? Good to see you. Yeah, I'm having a bit of a bit of an argument with God these last few days. And I'm sure some of it has to do with sleep deprivation. I haven't been able to get proper sleep. And some of it has to do with just general living circumstances, things you have to go through every day just to get through this life and at least live one that's semi-comfortable or semi-productive. So I figured if I did it on a late Friday night, generally nobody is going to be tuning in much anyhow, and unless they're the real seekers, or those that truly are dedicated. But I'm not going to hold many punches back. I mean, I just can't. I just can't let God off the hook as easy as others do. You know. Sorry about that. Hold on. But I've been seeing all kinds of movement, um, all kinds of displacement of power, governmental forces, religious, uh, social. It seems like since that eclipse, like I said, everything seems to have gotten really intense, vivid, and crisp. And apparently, this is holding some type of a really heavy potential blow to it. Because I can't truly identify this energy. I just know that if you're not careful, it will get the better of you. And if you're not paying attention um, to the effects that it's having on you, you start to change in a peculiar way, which I'm also seeing happening across the old metaverse, as well as with myself. I mean, it's been pretty powerful. What you got there, many mistakes. So, creator story retrieve. Right? I don't claim to know exactly what the creator is. I've stated that many times, but I do know that impending feeling of something beyond my ability to comprehend present in my life, and it's gotten pretty pretty raw at times between what I consider or whatever I call this presence that always seems to be there. And other times, it's things just go on kind of as they do day by day. And then other times, it's almost as if I've been smiled upon for some reason, which scares the shit out of me sometimes because I know that with that smile, somewhere behind that is going to be a good swat upside the head. And that's why I get real cautious about good days. Why don't you come up on panel Origins? It's trying to keep up with you here in the chat. But I'd really like to have you up, hear what you have to say. What do you at least obviously you recognize the God, right? You have a deity that you consider to be your creator or the creator of the all and the is and the grand design of the things that we consider this plane of existence and further and so forth. That would be great if you'd come up later. That would be awesome. I'd really enjoy talking to you because I got tired of arguing with God. So I figured I'd better do something constructive before I started like trying to get to God through my phone. And wind up with a bunch of ATF agents or the FBI at my door. So, Fools and Tools, good to see you, brother. Panel's open. I'm having indifference with my creator God, and I was going to put it to some music, but Origins is always a plethora of information, and she definitely has her approach to putting insight into things. She's definitely a listener. She don't just hear you, or she doesn't just listen to you. She hears you, and very much appreciate that. That source light energy is where soul beings, earth realization to being, no creator, okay, no beliefs, field minded. Thank you, Fools and Tools. I appreciate that. It's just I've been going through a few of my own personal monstrosities that I have less than reasonable ways to deal with at times, and as bizarre and or insane as it may sound, or as blasphemous, and I tend to seek out that ghostly apparition, that creator God, to kick some dust on his shoes and just be like, what the fuck, man? Really? And I know there's always people that have it worse. That doesn't go unrecognized. And I know that I'm in a very good situation compared to most. But when things just start getting really stupid, I mean, when physics starts fucking up on you and you've got a good grasp on the laws of physics and you're watching shit defy the laws of physics just out of the fact that it's inconveniencing you and it's starting to stress you out. And then every time that you think you're on the verge of potentially some good rest and sleep, the completely unexpected comes along and starts dragging you out of that very restful state into a miserable state of dysfunctional environmental situations. And I noticed that a lot of this has happened since the eclipse. And I'm not blaming everything on the eclipse. I just makes sense to me. This is when shit started happening a particular way, was when the eclipse started, and I don't know how long it's going to drag itself out. I've got some equations, but if it continues going like this, then I could very well buy into the ideal that we're going to develop a new state of consciousness, whether it be a little broader or whether it be more narrow for some. I'm just learning how to adjust and get a feel for it, because there's also a spiritual energy that is opened up with this particular eclipse. I've talked to a few people about it, and I'm not the only one who's noticing the effects of entities and energies, um, especially those that are trying to communicate or have some type of contact with the waking world as we know it. And I don't think I've ever had them quite so present before. I know I never had them waking me up out of a dead sleep unless they were malevolent or they had some type of intention behind them. But I'm not even feeling malevolence behind this. This is just intrusive. Trying to keep up with the chat here. Right? Right. I can relate to that, especially I not only can I relate, I can apply it. Even as powerful as the contempt and the family bond that was built in this small little truther community with its various platforms, and it's a love hate type thing. I mean, one day they love each other, and the next day they hate each other. And then they make content about it for several days, and then suddenly you have to find out if you get away from it for a week or two, uh, who the new allies are and who the new opposition to each individual is. And I did that here recently and was kind of looking at the strangeness of it. A lot of people had just kind of resorted to being in their own little corner. They just kind of been staying in familiar area, staying on familiar ground, um, especially their channel. If they're a channel operator or they have a platform, they've been staying more localized with it instead of running out and panel jumping, 8 or 10 channels in one day. But I could be wrong, I like I said, I just started looking back into what all was going on the social degree of all this. Yeah, yeah, high school. That's the truth. I mean, some of them I'm really content and happy that their endeavor is starting to pay off. Apparently, we had one of our local own make it on with one of the Info Wars guys on Flat Earth, and they had a debate, and I thought that was pretty cool. I mean, for those that are into the flat Earth and really make it their due diligence, um, that really gave them a light shined on them, and especially through Info Wars. As much as I'm despondent with Alex Jones and that whole onslaught, he does occasionally get a nut, and he does occasionally offer a little something with his platform that is beneficial to others. So I do respect that, and I think it's really cool that this community, as small as it is, was able to even remotely um, be associated with that. I myself am not, but I thought it was pretty cool. It seems like some of the infighting between channels, you can still tell that there's a type of animosity, but it does seem that that's slowed down, and it's not as hostile and heated with belligerence and shortcuts to thinking. Uh, Maybe everybody's regrouping for a change. Maybe they're feeling the change. Um, Maybe it's an inevitable thing that is going to be a process, and it could take years for it to finally reach maximum effect. But then you're going to have those points where you're going to notice things starting to change. I personally have been kind of looking towards the Mandela effect. I do keep up on that. And I was real curious as to, you know, wonder what's going to happen with the Mandela effect. Is this eclipse and the whole CERN running during the eclipse and then sending missiles and everybody doing the entourage and ceremony? You know, was this going to have profound effects in the world of the Mandela effect? So far, I haven't heard of anything too far out. It's just been pretty much the same noise. But I would definitely, I know Stavely, Brian Stavely, he keeps up on a lot of that. But I suppose if I wanted to get any research done on it, I'd have to go to his channel. But I try and do my own research. And so far, I'm not seeing any massive changes. I don't know if you guys are. It'd be neat to hear if you guys are experiencing something, or if you guys have seen a change in that type of energy, or whether even if you believe in that effect or not, the Mandela effect. You know, for me, it seems that something's going on there, something a little more than what I can understand or describe. I've got some theories. I've got some definite hypothesis on what I think it is, but when you start playing in that backyard, then there's a lot of element that comes along with that that's undesired. Uh, it seems to be something that is argument prone, and no matter how agreeant you are or how close you may think you are with somebody, um, I've seen all it takes is one Mandela effect and everything goes spiraling south. But if anybody has, any type of experience beyond the usual, definitely, I would love to discuss that and talk about it because I'm still intrigued. Um, Also, I was watching the sun, and like I said, the hue, the crispness of you know, the trees, the sky, the grass, everything seems to be more vivid and more crisp and more pronounced. And just to make sure that maybe my eyes weren't starting to correct themselves by accident, I asked my in-home, and after she observed it for a couple of days, she was like, you're right. And I had a couple other friends of mine keep an eye on it. And here in where I'm at, the sun is actually, it's damn near pure white. There's no orange. There's no yellow. From where I'm looking, and I have pictures, the shit is white, and it seems to have changed the hue of anything that you observe. Or for me, it has. I can't speak for everybody. It's just that's a me thing. I noticed that there's been a lot of extra military air traffic that's been transpiring. I know that they are definitely amping up the potential for this new disease X or whatever, and they're already starting to set up a government emergency procedures. Bed and breakfast is one of the first ones they released today. A new policy that's to go into effect on 6624 is when this policy goes into effect. And it's concerning your right and ability to travel during these emergencies, how that B&B is going to be conducting itself from that point on. And really it's startling when you read it. You're like, maybe, it seems like they know something that we just aren't quite aware of. But for them to be going ahead and writing policy on it, I don't think they're doing that just for their health. And I still have a little concern where certain divisionary lines have been put in place. Anytime you're dealing with war or social division, doesn't mean you have to buy into it and allow it to freak you out or scare the shit out of you. But at least be mindful of it, so you don't repeat the same mistake twice. Or at least be aware that mistake was made once, and by damn, they're not going to catch you up in it this time. I think those are valuable points, regardless of how much of a prepper you are, or what you've got stockpiled and what you think you're going to have available to you if there was a shit hits the fan situation. And I'm not sure whether there's another type, because they did mention natural disasters in this bed and breakfast, this new policy that they're taking on. And I thought it was peculiar, the day 6624. And I thought that's odd. What are they expecting something to happen that day? Because that is the particular day that it all goes into effect and can be applied. I'm not sure. But if you was to ask me, I'd say it probably has something to do with contagions, or maybe the old FF, or maybe something even far more, I don't know, unexpected. Let's see what I got going on in the chat here. Sorry guys, I'm kind of lagging, but I'm enjoying the company. I do enjoy your guys' company, and I appreciate you guys being here with me tonight. I just really starting to feel the weight of a lot of energy shifting and changing. At the moment, I feel like I'm doing groundwork. It's still the groundwork in my endeavors. That's fine. That's, man, we all started somewhere. I mean, really. I was, I had to have been a humorous disaster in my very early teens when I took on some of my first endeavors. Hey, Jeebus, good to see you. Good to see you. And root ground strong iron age. At the moment, feeling I still make sure it's solid before I move forward. That's me at the moment. Yeah, that's wisdom. You know, don't jump into uncharted ground. At least be aware of what type of surface you're going to be trying to dance across, walk across, or oh yes, you can come up now. Let me get the link out there. And Jeebus, man, my prayers have been with you guys. I really hate man, that last video really that that got to me, man. That kind of bothered me. I thought it was pretty dirty, and I didn't. You could tell that their approach was definitely not one of reason. You know, it seemed to me like you probably had the same aspect. It seemed almost malicious or vindictive, but that kind of comes along with being an auditor, I guess. But man, my prayers are with you on that, man. Really, they're leaving dirty comments on your in your comment section. That's rude. Well, man, I appreciate your endeavors into what you're doing very much so, and my prayers are with you guys. Definitely, I don't want to see anything bad come out of this at all. And the link is dropped. Yeah, you can all come. There's no reason that it would just be. Everyone's welcome up on panel. I have no problem with that whatsoever. No problem. But if you get any more of those types of videos, man, and it's got some type of impactive feel to it, or something that should be brought to people's attention, man, you know, or if it's something that you yourself want put up, um, definitely let me know. It's nothing for me to uncharted ground. At least be aware.
Oops.
What type of surface you're going to. It's okay. Walk across, or oh yeah, you can come up now. Let me get the link.
I had to see if I could catch up.
Oh, not much to catch up on, just me rambling and rattling. But Jeebus, I do like to take his situation with some seriousness, because you know, when you're up against law enforcement and you're trying to keep them in check, it does get apparently nerve wracking. And from what I see, they're not taking much. They're not taking very kindly to him or his woman, which was distressing, because I mean, really, you know, after his woman.
I don't know.
So how are you doing today?
I had a very nice day. The weather was beautiful. Spent a lot of time outside today.
Have you noticed the hue, the Christmas, crispness of things, how vivid and pronounced things are now under since the eclipse. Or is that, like I said, I have my in-homes. They saw it. They've been noticing it, and a couple of my medical assistants, they've noticed it. But I haven't really addressed anybody across the metaverse with it. I'd really be curious to, if you're having any effects in that area.
Well, I see things much differently. Anyways, uh, see, everybody has different levels of awareness and perception. So, um, there's bound to be groups that see the same. You know, everybody's at that particular level of awareness, so they're going to all have a common uh, what they observe, right?
Yeah,
For me,
that's a definite. They're going to have their individual experience with it.
yeah, but there could be like, you know, different levels of what is perceived.
Well, I'm curious.
So,
Do you think it has anything to do with genetics? Um, you have an extreme amount of these metaphysic, New Agers, modern Wicca that are talking about us going into this new age and having upgrades and um,
oh, is
higher
it supposed
dimensional thinking.
a new Earth or something, or
No, a new perspective, and we're supposed to become more enlightened, more perceptive.
oh, the Great
Being we're. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just interjecting the Great Awakening.
Yeah,
Is what you
something of that nature.
Well, what
Yeah,
I would say is, oh, hello. Um, we are falling out of amnesia state, and memories are coming back, but everybody's on a different level and of perception, so that's a determining factor of if they're, how much of reality are they getting back that they can perceive, right?
and that's like I said, that's kind of an individual. Um,
Right.
it's individual type endeavor, but I'm wondering if maybe the more of a certain type of genetic content to your DNA allows you to be a little more um, enhanced or aware or able to feel this new type of energy change to the point where they're talking, almost a new consciousness, or whether it's based off of something else. As
I'd
for
say,
me,
yeah,
I would think it would be more DNA
wait.
oriented.
But DNA is part of the matrix system. Um, every there's a lot of things that are used um, to like try and make this seem like like this is valid and that's valid and this is valid because of that, and it's all mind stuff. It's just to keep the narrative as the micromanagers want it to be. to keep everybody from finding out where they really are and who they really are, so that you don't have a chance to exit because a lot of shadow deceptions. So that's left up to each individual to discern, or take it to heart, right?
What about you,
If it's
Jeebus? Have you been experiencing a more pronounced and vivid, almost crispness to as a prior to the eclipse? And have you looked at the sun? Is your sun white, or is it still got hues of yellow and orange to it?
hello, who do we have here? Jeebus.
Yeah, Jeebus. Yeah, he may be muted up.
There we no.
I don't know.
Oh, he's in tech problems.
Okay.
Well, you
Well,
didn't ask
panel's
me.
open to you, Jeebus.
The
Go ahead. Go
sun,
ahead.
I noticed that on sunrise and sunset, there's like some yellow, but it's still whiter than when I was young. It was like yellow all the time. It was even more yellow then.
So you are
So
seeing the white, the really pronounced white sun then too.
the really hot white one, right? Um, maybe they changed the bulb.
Oh hell! Put a fluorescent bulb in it, or an LED.
uh, no, you better stick with something white or yellow, right? The natives would get restless.
Right.
They'd be like, "What's that? A purple sun?" What?
Yeah. It's for me. It's been just in some aspects a really enjoyable transition, and I'm getting to experience some new feelings, some new I don't know energies, different frequencies. I'm noticing it, but with this also comes,
You know
like I said,
what?
me and
You're noticing frequencies
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You
like
can look at
tones of frequencies,
well, frequencies cover such a broad area. What I'm talking about is
or is
such as
it?
clouds. Have you ever seen them spray the sky, and then when you look up, you can almost see the distance of the frequencies that they're putting into that array of clouds or
I see
whatever it is
clouds.
they're spraying.
I see clouds merge with other clouds, like they're connected in like weird shapes of the clouds, and it's totally, you like stand there and you watch them, and you see that they get closer to each other and they hook onto each other, like Legos, but not like squared, pieces. But there are, like, that's what I call part of the construct, right?
Right.
And clouds are hiding them. And the blue may actually be a green screen, right?
Yeah, if
Like
you start going down that particular rabbit hole, yeah.
like they do in the movies. And what was that movie where that guy was in this dome environment and they had like a fake sky and shit and he didn't know the difference?
Um.
And
Oh, the
and they
Truman Show. Is
yeah.
that what you're talking about? Okay.
Yeah, it's like we're in some kind of containment, like kind of like that, but like much bigger or something.
I believe that we're in some type of manufactured biosphere that is designed to sustain life, perpetuate it, and if you don't mess with the original balance of what was originally created, then it's pretty sustainable. And
Kind of like the
as long as you,
fishbowl. Do you
yeah.
hear about the
But the minute,
fishbowl? Right.
I'm sorry.
The fishbowl concept, like all the fish are swimming in the fishbowl, but they don't know anything outside of it.
Right,
Food
right.
drops from sky and
I'm not too far off from believing in such a thing. Once once I really truly grasped my head around the fact that I was a created being, that really for me solidified a lot of things. No
Are,
longer did I feel totally independent. Um, and the more that I studied the environment that we're in, even a lot less independent did I feel.
how do you know you are a created being?
Well, I can't define exactly what I am as a species. Wasn't given that information. Now, can I do things? Yeah, I can do things. Limited to what this body's capable of doing, and then the mind um, being able to perceive and venture into places that the body can't, and you start becoming aware of your own consciousness. And when you start becoming aware of your own consciousness, and you go, okay, um, obviously I am not non-existent. I exist, whether I like it or not, in some form or manner. Whether I understand it, I exist.
Right.
And then I got to
And
thinking, did I create myself? And
you
I
were
couldn't find anything reasonable to support that.
you said you are aware of your consciousness. Now wait a minute here.
Hmm.
Mm, You are a being, right? You are
So they
not
tell me,
conscious.
yeah.
You are a conscious being, so that means that you are sentient. So you are self-realized. You realize you are aware of yourself, right?
As best that I can be, yeah. Do I have the full
Right.
comprehension and understanding? Absolutely not. I do not have a full absolute understanding, but I can tell you that the principles of what I have discovered are all based in equations, theorems, and mathematics. That
But you
seems to
have
be
sense,
the.
right?
But I have what?
Sense of self. You sense yourself at some level.
Well, yeah, that's what brought me to the conclusion that, you know, I was not non-existent.
Right. And that you're not an animal and not a spirit.
See, I can't prove that I'm not an animal by definition of some other species. I could be a very low level animal in the grand scheme of things. You know,
Huh.
human race doesn't have a lot to defend itself with when it comes to being um, a good host to the earth and a good steward to the earth and nature. So I don't see us as, you know, very. I see us as a very destructive species, borderlining on complete savagery for our own comfort, and we will do whatever it takes as long as it's not in our backyard to keep that comfort. And when you break away from that and you look at the overwhelmingness of it all, the fact that we are not good stewards for anything. I mean, even people who keep fish tanks or, you know, pets or dogs or anything, you know, humans are more apt to treat a dog better than they are their own environment. I'm talking
Or
the
other
earth.
animals.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So no, I don't see us as being very high on the run of things.
You know, they're putting clothes on monkeys over in the east, treating them like children.
Why are they doing this?
I don't know. They're on YouTube. I was laughing so hard.
Are
The
they
monkeys.
they trying to domesticate them?
Yeah, they're domesticating them.
Really?
It's funny. There's this one BBC or something, and they must live on a farm or something. The monkey goes out and harvests fruits and vegetables and brings it in, and the guy cooks it, and then they eat together, and it's funny.
Huh.
And the monkey throws stuff in the garbage if it's on the floor and not supposed to be there. It cleans up, you know, and it uses it, and he changes its own diaper and stuff. It's wild.
So, so they're trying to domesticate them for labor.
And there's other ones that are on the tubes too, but I don't remember their names.
I did not know that they were doing this.
There's one lady, she's got like 4 of them, and she has to pose and stand in lines, and I don't understand it. It's in their language. I just see the words, but sometimes I just don't bother. I just learn, you know.
Oh, so it's in another country. It's not here in the States.
Well, it's on YouTube, but it's not in English.
Yeah, it's probably not here in the States then,
Because
because it would be my understanding that here in the States we've already developed a hybrid monkey species. You know, I'm sure we've crossed those genetics somewhere. Whether someone's going to own up to it or admit that they've done it, that's yet to be seen. But yeah, I believe that they've already crossed that line a long time ago.
They've been integrating technology in some cases into the body, the brains.
Right,
Yep.
right. They were doing uh neurostimulus implants on lots of different animals. I know there was one of a matador, and they were controlling the brain of a bull through chip uh, impulses in its brain. And it would take that bull from violent, aggressive behavior and just back it down into a docile state. But I don't think they need to chip anymore either. I think that they have developed technology to the point now where they can actually use the biofiltered body. They can use different frequencies or various parts of the brain to get them stimulated or to stimulate them. That's whenever the World Economic Forum said that they could hack the human body now. Well, I took that literal. You know, I literally
There
took that
was,
literal.
that reminds me of that bio suit that they monitor your stats when you put on the suit, your blood pressure, your blood flow, all kinds of things, heart rate.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, fools and tools. It's almost like duct tape on a kitty cat's paws. It's funny to watch, but it borderlines cruel, and you may get a good chuckle out of it, but you're going to feel bad afterwards. So I get where you're coming from, man.
yeah. Hmm. It's better for me to just concentrate on remembering because I'm like uh there's so much going on here, and when you know what you know, and it doesn't really agree anymore with your standards of what you accept, a change or uh, I don't know, make everything the way it's supposed to be uh, would be my goal then, you know.
Well, that would require taking everything all the way back to its original state, just a completely natural state without the interference of man and what he's implied upon technology and mineral mining and overuse of resources.
Well, not to mention the toxicity of this place. Uh,
Oh,
they're dropping like flies, Axis.
I know. I know they are. I definitely know that. I figured that would be coming about this time whenever, I figured just before they released, or something new was released, and we had to meet it head on like a pandemic, that people would just start dropping over left and right. And I'm not going to speculate on my beliefs behind that, just because you get really noticed when you start addressing things on a headlong basis. and I haven't learned how to sidestep a lot of these uh, things that I have to say with some type of phrasing that's comprehensible, but yet might get past the algorithm, which is becoming more and more of a nuisance every day. It just seems like one new implication right after another.
Less
And
rights and freedom. Yeah.
yeah, I thought about doing some music and putting some really strong messages into the music. And that way I could at least stand on artistic rights and freedoms. But
How
I
about
know that they have taken songs down. I'm sorry, go ahead.
how about the frequency of love? Hmm?
Yeah, yeah, I've got different frequencies for everything.
432 or something, or 432, 528. I don't remember what.
Right, Fools and Tools is definitely hitting it tonight, man. I don't know if you're paying attention to what he's got going on, but he's really burning the chat up tonight. Thank you, and very much
Oh,
appreciate the information. Yeah, oh, yeah, he's rolling like thunder down there. Sorry for the misgendering. They are rolling like thunder down there. That way, I'm safe
they?
either way. They. It's
Stop. Never
yeah.
can tell these.
I'm gonna. No, I'm pretty sure Fools and Fools is probably of a female persuasion, but I don't ever ask these things because I don't. It's none. As long as your information is coherent and you come across as a decent person, I don't give a fuck what you know. I don't care
Mhm.
whether you're a girl or a guy. It doesn't make any difference. I'm hearing what you had to say. I'm enjoying the experience of communicating with you as a being, not your sexuality or not your sex. So sometimes that gets me in a little bit of shit, but I'm more interested in the information exchange.
Yeah, it's not a dating site or something.
No, no, not at all. No. And it shouldn't be used as such unless you're going to a dating site.
Yeah.
Tonight was
That,
kind of
hmm?
uh, just a, just wasn't feeling very comfortable with things, and and like I said, me and God started really getting into it pretty hot and heavy, and I thought, well, before I get struck by lightning or turned into a pillar of salt, I better divert my attention elsewhere and do something a little more constructive. It's
Well, anything can
generally I
happen.
don't get that angry.
Even a mud flood could happen all of a sudden, and nobody would know it was coming.
Right, right. I just felt that I was getting a little too far out of bounds and was being a little too verbally liberal with a creator God that I have respect for. So I figured I'd better divert my attention elsewhere.
Good.
Like
It's
I
good.
said, the energy off of this census eclipse has been really strange. It's been like, it's been like canoeing down some really white rapids. Is 1 minute everything is kosher and riding smooth, and the next minute out of nowhere, it's like turbulence. And it's that type of turbulence that isn't fun to ride. It's that type of turbulence of, oh fuck, if I tip over here, I'm probably going to get caught up in some brush upside down, and things just aren't going to be very pleasant.
That's where
And I don't,
intuitiveness helps.
well, I don't want to stay in that state of mind. I have a really nasty habit in the past of allowing those states of mind to be a little more prevalent with me, and that's just no place I want to be, man. So
That state of mind. That's low level awareness.
yeah, it's still a part of your being, though. I mean, for anybody to say that they don't get upset or angry
Yes.
or they don't
Self.
find themselves at the end of the rope, I'm no different than anybody else. I'm human, and sometimes I find myself a little overwhelmed with things, and I'm like, really? And I don't have anybody besides my home health care, and she's not causing me any problems. As a matter of fact, she's an absolute wonderful blessing and an amazing person.
Right.
And so I know she hasn't done anything to me. So
Right.
I figured it's just got to be the state of energy that I'm being subjected to, whether it's coming out of me or whether I'm being subjected to it. It just wasn't a pleasant place, and it wasn't going anywhere productive.
Right. What's the use of that? Well, I had a reply of something. But now I don't know. I partook of something.
Oh, you're all right. Believe me, if I don't brain fart and skip a couple of times and completely lose sight of what I'm saying at least 4 more times before I shut down, then it probably hasn't been a very productive night.
Yeah, so well, to the sky, I guess. I don't know. Haven't you ever like watched the clouds and how they gather? Um, it it to me, it's very obvious. It's like mechanical.
Yeah, I used to play with the clouds quite a bit after I read the book Illusions, um, just because there was some neat things that you could do with clouds, and I wanted to see exactly how far I could go with that. And believe me, they are manipulatable, if you want to call them manipulatable. They're pliable, they're influenceable, and the more that you develop a an ability to work with them, you realize that it opens the door to a whole nother possibilities that are available to you. And it's just kind of a stepping stone into that manifestation and dematerialization state.
So you take it that manifestation is possible from these avatars
Yeah,
in such
yeah, I
a
do.
low state. That doesn't even seem logical to me. Like,
Well,
because I would say that would be make more sense if everybody wasn't in the avatars and they were originally who they were supposed to or meant to, the way they're meant to exist. Not like disassociated from its form, and many not even aware of that they have one. Because they go spirit. They're spirit, right?
So yeah, that's one take on a state of being is the spirit state. Hey,
What do they
I'm
mean
an
by?
E.
Oh, sorry.
That's no, that's all right. It's Dom, man. Always it's good to see Dom around. And yeah, Dom, I've had a bout with God today, and backstage is just completely disaster. I tore it up really good and threw a rock and roll fit before I jumped on live. So you got to excuse if you go back there. But there are donuts that did not hit the floor and are still pretty much in one piece. I just don't.
Well,
Go ahead.
I was looking at definitions of spirit, and I had come to realize that spiritual spirit is a formless state. Well, uh, to me, that is confused with consciousness as the formless part of self. And then I've had others say, well, it means your soul. Well, formlessness is a soulless state. So it doesn't even make any logical sense at all.
Well, when I was making the determination as to whether I existed or not, um, I did go through a state where I had to determine my form and function, and there was that entertaining look at the potential of being formless in a state of incoherent energy that could be brought into coherency and to a residual state. And all I was just a type of energy that could reproduce its projected image uh, residually. And that would be the extent of pretty much all that I would be by form. But I completely, I went a little beyond that now. I think there's a little bit more to it than just being a random blob of chaotic energy that can give a residual self image.
Well, I wouldn't relate like the consciousness and the soul as separate from the being. Like, why compartmentalize each one and referring to it as the being without saying being? It seems like it's the one aspect that is really hard for most to understand, that when you're a conscious being and you have a form, you are a whole being that is self aware. The problem is that the detachment makes it like the avatar is not self. So, um, it's just your consciousness that's like driving this avatar, but it's not like consciousness is all there is outside of the avatar. There's a body form of a light that is of an eternal light. Life force is the being and the soul. That's how I.
See, I don't know. You know, I'm not able to stand outside of myself as a spectator of creation or a creator and look at myself as what has been created by these hands and make a determination. You know, that's not something that's available to me. Only the one who created you or whatever it was that created you would be able to define the state that, you know, he determines you're in, whether it's good, bad, indifferent, you know, whether you're dumb, smart, you know. I'm sure he had some type of guideline that he was working off of that allowed some of us to be a little more than others, and that's just the safest way I can put that.
Right. Well, wouldn't you come to the or even like ponder why is it such a short memory of who your experiences all through your existence? Is this just one life, or why the amnesia, right? Because it doesn't feel. Don't you feel like you're older? You're like your existence didn't start here with this form, right?
You don't think that would be a means of practicality, being born instead of just learning a new life that you're getting ready to endeavor on? Not only do you do that, but you have to recall the past 700 lives that you've been and fit them into the newborn state of being. You know, to me that would be if it was able to be retrieved at will and shut off, possibly. But I would see it as no more than just regular memory, and you would carry all those lifetimes around with you while trying to become a fresh new creation, a baby.
Well, actually, that that it stinks of foul play to the core.
It all does.
Why the amnesia? You don't learn anything from lifetime to lifetime that way. So it's some other entity that is is deceiving, that's deceptive, and somehow in control of the situation here. Because of the amnesia, that's foul play. Because how dare you uh, uh, control things so that uh, you're disconnected in that way? That's why creation does not work for me. Besides the fact that I remember, like how
You're,
all the way back.
You expect God to play fair? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I call the place where is my origin source. It's not a creator. It is a life force. It's light. There is no darkness back to source. I have no lord or masters. There's no pecking order. And this I call the higher field. And I am not just one being alone and independent of everything. I have many variations to a basic persona that uh, in this basic persona variation, all those variations are me. We are all we all share the same consciousness, but not all parts, not all of the beings that make up that field uh, are at their origin state. That's all that this is to me.
Interesting. So you feel that you are, uh, for lack of better words, quantumly entangled with damn near every other
And
life form on this planet, or is it just humans? I mean, does it work more so with animals, with you, plants, maybe? Mm-hmm.
it would only be my ancestors, maybe, right? Because the the dwindling spiral down into unconsciousness goes very deeply, and there are beings who have fallen down into the spiral so deep that, like, hey, they end up being a squirrel, like a genetic entity. It's no longer a being at the level of human, but they were at one time, but they were something else before that, and that is their origin state and form. And all of the lifetimes that they went through uh, was less aware each time until it dwindles down, and the awareness turns into like a genetic entity, like I don't know, a moose or a squirrel or whatever, you know. This is like kept in, like, the true form is kept in like an amnesia and unconscious state, like a coma kind of, right? So that it can be wielded through control of a system where it's a different form that's disconnected from its true form and unrealized by the. They pull the wool over everybody's head, basically, okay?
You ran us in a big circle just to tell me that? Come on.
No,
Not cool. Give me
no.
something more.
Like what?
Give me something that isn't quite so long-winded that leads you right back to where you started.
That, no, it was just further going somewhere else that I never said, right? And then back to, well, this concludes it. Why, why the amnesia? See, if it wasn't nefarious.
I never said it wasn't nefarious. I personally now my take on all this is that it's very nefarious, and where people are devoting themselves to indoctrinations and histories and religions and concepts and ideals. I think it's when you remove yourself from that and you start eliminating all that type of indoctrination is whenever you really start getting a sense of uh, environmental awareness without it being glossed over by some bullshit uh, book or somebody else's take or ideal on things.
Right
Like I
on.
said, the whole concept I take is had man not fucked with shit in the first place, this place was quite efficient at being able to sustain and keep man on a reproductive and with least amount of effort. You know, your food was pretty much fucking grown on the trees for you. Um, as long as you stayed in small tribes and villages and you didn't try to become a city or far worse, a metropolis, then survival would have been difficult, sure, just because living in the wild is no easy thing. Um, but I think that is much more productive and much more advantageous to us as a species, as opposed to trying to develop some bullshit ideal of and the Internet of Things and 15-minute cities and living with a smartphone shoved up your ass, you know?
I don't know
I'm just
about all that.
seeing, I do. I really do. I think that if man would have kept his damn hands out of the cookie jar and been responsible no matter what information that he got, let's just say, for the sake of argument, that man ate from a tree that allowed him the knowledge of good and evil, and suddenly he had this broader scope of understanding. If he would have applied wisdom to that and
History repeats
understood
itself.
the language of God, things might have been a lot different and a lot easier. But what was one of the first things they went out and done? Developed clans and then tribes and then cities, well, towns and then cities and then temples and metropolises and, you know, and there's remnants of this, whether our history was given to us through a computer program or it was just straight up a lie that we've been fed to believe, or whether there's some
Yep,
type of validity to it.
yep. It's like it's been 1999 like a billion times or something. History repeats itself over and over and over and over.
Yeah, I'm reading what Fools and Tools put here.
Sure.
but you can experience this good for here. Okay, while you're here. That's true, and that's probably one of the only beneficial things that I see about living in this plane of existence is it teaches us how to uh, maneuver through a third dimensional environment. And let's say once we leave this particular state of existence and
Hmm.
our next state of existence is fourth dimension or fifth dimension, or at least we have comprehension of the third dimension, the same way as we have comprehension of the second dimension, the first dimension. It's a base of reference. So they wrote a book on it, Flatlander and
Oh,
Flatplaner or Flatlander. To take something from the second dimension and throw it into the third dimension, its ability to maneuver itself through this new dimensional construct, unless it has some relative understanding of it, is not going to be able to develop itself. So it would be a necessity that you would have to go through these various stages of first dimension, second dimension, third dimension, fourth dimension. Um, and that's just kind of a cycle of growth. I mean, trees do it, flowers do it, everything does it. It's just a system of growth that we do not commonly recognize. One, because it's, unless you're looking at a piece of illustration that shows you the fourth dimension or the fifth dimension, that would be the only relevancy that you would have to base maneuvering through the fourth or the fifth dimension in. But now that we have, and this is another um, kind of paradox, is we're just now reaching the point that we know of through electronics and technology to fully immerse ourselves in a fourth or fifth dimension state. Though we would not be able to experience it to its fullest, we would still be able to subject ourselves to what we could and interpret what we could of it. And
right.
that could be the infantile state of us developing a different sense of living in whether you want to call it higher reality or, it's just a vibration, just another plane. It's just another point of reference, um,
Yeah.
dimensional points of reference.
Yeah.
So it's almost like it's a necessary course for you to get to the 12th grade and graduate. So, but yeah, I appreciate that. Definitely appreciate that, Fulton Tools. That was a great question. Yeah, that's another thing is when you start endeavoring on these things, don't expect anyone outside of you to ever comprehend, understand, or grasp to the level that you do, because people have a stigma where I'm concerned. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that I'm not understood. The other is because they think that I attach myself to certain ideals that they deem to be of satanic origin or whatever, and they start applying things to me that aren't necessarily as deep seated in me as they would like to believe them to be. So a lot of people, they, instead of endeavoring forward with you know, some of the places I go, they run and hide, and you know, some of them go as far as to completely shun me, and that's fine. You know, that's their loss. I'm not looking to. I'm not looking to live their life for them. I'm just trying through my own as it is right now.
You can see with lenses on landscapes of this place. Like, I don't know if you'd call it dimensions, but maybe. They see. Have you ever seen anybody use like a different kind of light and then look through a camera and see what you see?
Yeah, I've done all kinds of different experiments and endeavors, but it still leads back to the same place. You know, unless you're standing there with me and you're looking through the same lenses that I'm looking through, or you're there while I'm working on the equation and I explain it to you, and we come up with a derivative or an answer for that equation, it's really holds no significance to the abundance of your life. It's just a bunch of it's just a bunch of personal endeavors. You know, it's hard for me right now to deal with the emotional aspect of my existence. You know, anger has always been easy. Um, Sometimes even love has been, you know, on the forefront of not so hard of a thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
But it always seems to subside to the analytical mind. And I always find myself in an analytical state, examining everything to its core, its fundamental core. And I lose the essence of, I guess, the profoundness of an emotion that could be attached to it, which is kind of what I'm going through right now.
Hmm.
And it's nobody's
Well,
fault.
right. I don't know. I basically stayed neutral observer and try and stay in a transcendental state, so it raises my awareness level. So I don't deal in emotions really.
Well, I like to give a place for emotions just because it's a part of the balance of what and who I am. It's just that I haven't given enough leeway for it to have a foothold of control in me. Anger, you know, it's easy for me to get lost in anger. It's easy for me to get lost in a state of, you know, ostracizing people just because I don't want that energy around me, or I don't want to deal with it at this point in time, or when things start becoming a basic loop or a prolonged, exaggerated sense of someone's observation. I'm just not a thing for me. I'm not into that type of chat. I'm not into that kind of socializing. Like people who gather on these panels and they can sit up there and they can talk for like 8 or 10 hours and it's
Wow.
the same. Yeah, and it's the same, group of people from when the show started to the point where, up to 10 hours later, I've seen them go even longer than that. And, they're cutting up with each other or whatever it is that they do. And they're trying to interact socially. But to me, I just can't, that's not enjoyment for me. There's just nothing really enjoyable about that. I do like useful information. Um, I like a good joke every once in a while if it's done in good taste. If
Right.
somebody's having a serious issue and there's something I can contribute, I don't even mind that. But just to
Right.
sit and idly interact with the same people night after night after night for hour after hour, and that's all it is socialism. Social, not social. It's social interaction. It just, to me, that is an extreme waste of time. Now, to them, I'm sure that they're driven off of some emotional need or some emotional part of themselves that makes that makes
Something.
that fun to them. And it satisfies them somewhere along the way. I don't know whether it's because they're lonely or they just need people that they can relate to on that level. I don't know, because I try not to endeavor in those things. They're just not entertaining for me. And with that, I wound up pushing
Right.
a lot of emotions that I should have probably experienced and allowed myself to feel, just kind of drift on past me, except for moments of aggression or um, high intrigue or different things that cater to the analytical side of the emotion that could be attached to something I'm doing. So
Mm-hmm. What about, are you just speaking of YouTube or other platforms as well?
I'm talking from common casual conversation with a family member or a stranger all the way to the
Um,
metaverse.
all the way through.
Yep. If Bob, my next door neighbor, goes and catches a mess of fish and he brings them back and starts talking about his fish, his experience, his poles, his boat, I could give two shits less, man. Now, if I'm out there on the bank and I'm fishing for survival because I'm fucking hungry, that's probably going to have it is going to have a much more profound effect on me. But I don't care, that he went out and caught a mess of fish. And I'm not even sure that if he was to clean them and offer me one, that since I didn't catch it myself, I'm not sure that I would even accept it.
Right. Yeah, you probably feel the same way as like I do with like a bunch of old ladies rumor mongering about others in the building and stuff. It's all ridiculous.
I'm just, I'm just not about it. And, you know, excuse me. As far as even that goes, is my kids are grown. My mom's next endeavor will be a funeral home. Uh, I don't really have shit for obligations on this plane of
Right.
existence anymore. So even that doesn't hold a huge amount of fascination for me. I did damn near everything I ever wanted to do in my life. I'm one of the very fortunate ones to be able to say that. And I know that. I know that I'm extremely fortunate to be able to say, yep, you know, uh, other than a couple of really exaggerated things that, you know, the childish mind endeavors to dream of in grade school. No, I did everything I wanted to do, and I accomplished what I set out to do. And the only thing that, you know, kind of brings any type of relevance to me is when I start taking on various studies, such as the frequencies, or when I start taking on, you know, different concepts of what a creator God is, how do you communicate with a creator God, um, different levels of perception that some are borderline insanity to some of them are so extremely practical that I seem removed and uninvolved in serious situations. And that's only because I'm looking at it analytically. But I've also noticed that in that same light, you know, I can be brought to anger very quickly whenever I'm poked the wrong way, or whenever I feel that what Hannibal Lecter call them, free range rude. You know, I don't have much appreciation for the free range rude. So it's kind of like the serial killer um, tracking down a serial killer. You know,
Yeah.
but enjoyment, not so much emotionally anymore. And that could be one thing I'm conflicting myself with it at this point, is that maybe there was such an energy attached to the heavenly events that took place that now I have to deal with various emotions that I had suppressed or chose not to deal with. And maybe this is a lot less analytical, and maybe it's a bit more emotional state of awareness. You know, I don't know, because we're in the beginning stages of this. And I'm just now experiencing things as well as everybody else when it comes to how much effect that the eclipse is going to have. I don't think anybody can truly say unless you have the science and the math and you've already made the calculations. So, you know, what they present as a future isn't necessarily a very positive looking one, but they like to put it in a shiny box, and they definitely intend to market and sell it regardless of what our personal ideals on it are. I don't even think that that could be maybe an obstacle for them, but that obstacle will be easily removed. That obstacle will be taken out of the way, and no matter who you think you are with your 1,000 pounds of rice and your 5,000 pounds of beans and your 10 50-gallon drums of water, you know, all it takes is one biological event and it serves you not. And with the technology that I've seen, it's not like they give you much of a place to hide anymore either. I think that's why they've been so brazen and bold as to tell us about some of the technologies that they're using. And I think that's why they've been as brazen enough to raise the challenge to not only us as the citizens and not only us as the United States of America, but across the entire fucking world. I don't recall ever there being this much worldwide turmoil escalating and on the rise, not even during the Cold War. So something emboldened them to just kind of announce that they really don't give a shit what we think. They're going on um, with the Green New Agenda. And I'm not really big on that. You know, the transhumanism part sounds good. If there was some type of guarantee that someone else didn't have control of my operating system and that it was going to be beneficial in the long run for me to be in a transhuman body and experience life for maybe another 1,000 or 2,000 years. But even at that, I'm thinking I get bored. Once you've studied everything, once you've endeavored into all your questions and all your researches, and then what do? Sit there for the next 2,000 years looking like the thinker, wishing that there was something else that you could potentially learn, something else that you could envelop yourself in. And then I think of emotions, which is one that I'm dealing with right now. Is, once you reach a transhuman state and you're more biomechanical than you are human, where does emotion come into play? Obviously, they're wanting to gender neutralize us, and they're wanting to take away the ideal of male and female. So that's pretty much taken an entire range of emotions that we are generally accustomed to feeling, or most are, and just throws that right out the window. I mean, what happens whenever the biomechanical body you're in is capable of interacting with your neurosystem and your nervous system to the point where even traditional sex is mundane and just not even appealing, because you've been able to tap into such a higher state of cerebral stimulation and nervous stimulation that, well, that pretty much, weeds out having partnership and wanting to live, to reproduce and raise kids, and because you're looking at the next 1,000, 2,000, or even longer, are just sitting there looking like the thinker, and there's nothing that the human body could offer that can't be duplicated or enhanced by the carcass that you would be in at that point in time, which would be machine. So they're not leaving they're not leaving much to the imagination to say this next 2 or 3,000 years are going to be the best. These next 2 or 3,000 years are going to be the greatest that humanity has ever experienced. Well, if the past 20 years is any indication of where they're planning on taking us, I think I'm out. Did we? Guess we lost Dawn. Maybe I don't see her in the back. We must have lost her. Bummer. Oh well. But let me drop the link in case anybody wants to attempt to endeavor the panel. Like I said, tonight was just kind of off the cuff. I haven't been having very positive interactions with the creation or the creator. And that's either or, good or bad, dark or light, or anywhere on the spectrum in between. Okay. There we go. If anybody wants to come up. I am going to have to grab me some liquid. Let's see if I got a decent song there. I'm going to throw on a quick tune while I get some refreshments and some liquid on this throat, and we'll see where we go from there.
Holy shit. Axis, what's up, brother? I'm just playing with my new effects pedal I just got today. Going around. You back from getting your drink? Mute up till you come back.
I'm here.
What's up, bro?
Just trying to make it through another day.
What's going on, man?
Me and God aren't getting along too well.
There's a God?
Well, creator.
Oh,
New
yeah.
creator.
Well, all I can say to that, bro, is been my, I don't know if I want to say it's been my experience because it sure hasn't been my experience. So I'll say what I've learned. So allegedly, what we do, universe mirrors back. Now, if that's so, then somewhere along the line something's fucked up because I haven't been getting mirrored back what I've been putting out. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of leads me to believe that that's horseshit. Do you agree?
Well, I think that if you make your stable for your horse out of karma, then that is where your horse will reside.
I get what you're saying.
You know, so how does karma, when it comes to the true nature of things, which is actually pretty violent and predatorial, you know, I don't see lions being beat down by herds of zebra.
Yeah, I don't either.
I think there's a line between intent and what you do intentionally and the karmatic reflex or
Right.
effects and the things that are just a part of nature that really you didn't have the intent. It was just a part of the process.
I get you. I didn't know I just tuned in, so I didn't know if you had a topic that you were working on or not, but I was just come to share some things with you and have a discussion if that was feasible with you.
Yeah. What do you got on your mind?
Yeah, I remember because the last time I came in, you and Dom were talking, and I kind of intruded, man. Well, I didn't intrude, but I kind of like broke the flow of things. You know what I mean? And I seen you were up here by yourself, so I was like, man, better hurry up, get up in there, man.
Cool. So what's on your mind?
Nothing. A few things, man. Have you been getting the emails I've sent you?
Yes, I have. I haven't been responding to much anything.
No,
I've
you
been
don't have to.
dealing,
I don't
I
expect
have
you,
been
man.
dealing with what do they call it? IRL.
IRL.
So in real life.
Yeah. I get you, man. I kind of know where you're
Hmm.
leaning towards, bro. And I love you like a brother from another mother, man. You know that. You know I vibe with you, bro.
Appreciate it.
We don't. I don't have to align with you on everything to
Mm-mm.
to be on your side. You know what I mean? I mean, we exchange, you know, information and shit. So we're up more past the YouTube thing, man. So I like to consider you a new friend. You know, I don't have many.
Yeah,
Uh,
well, I don't consider you an enemy if that's of any
right,
consolation to
right,
you.
right. I'm just saying I don't associate with very many people
Mm-mm.
in the real world
Mm-mm.
because, frankly, man, to be totally honest with you, they're fucking under mind control and they're fucking nuts, man. I mean, and I'm the crazy one here, man. Okay, and let me assure you, uh, for one, I've made some fucked up decisions in my life and did some irrational fucking things, and but I've never been out of touch with reality. But let's put it this way, bro. The more and more I learn, dude, the more and more sci-fi crazy, unbelievable, unimaginable fucking shit is realized, you know. And I'm speaking about biofield.
Right? Familiar with that.
You are.
Yeah.
You're one of the
Yeah,
few.
me
I've been
and Max Vision work on that quite a bit.
Max Vision is a smart individual, man. Big ups
Yeah,
to
he's
him.
one of my partners in crime.
Well, you know that Max is in the same situation that I described, right?
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's like me.
me and Max, when we get on here, we go for hours discussing
Okay, so
not only.
I'd like to get on that subject, man, if you don't mind, and try to build on that if that's cool with you.
I don't mind. Say what you got to
Okay.
say.
Okay. Well, in the past couple weeks, bro, actually in the past week, I have been privileged with a fellow individual such as myself shared with me a link, and I don't always hit the link that he sends me, but I hit on this one, and well, let me just say I was stunned, awed, wowed, and to say the least. By the time I was halfway through the video, I was crying,
Hmm.
and I'll tell you why. Because for the first time in 2.5 years, man, I felt like there just might be a glimmer of hope that because, and I say that because this woman educates anyone who will listen, and I mean anyone who will listen and is willing to not ask a bunch of fucking stupid questions, but to be educated. Okay, she's not there for fucking
Good luck.
questions. She can validate everything that she claims with paperwork.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll go into a short, brief story if you don't mind. So
As long as it don't take too long.
no, the woman's name is Sabrina Wallace. She's got a channel on Odyssey. I believe it's called Synergy or something like that. She's on Telegram, and I've been sharing some stuff with you. Do you have a Telegram account?
I don't know if I do or not. I probably do. I don't know
If
whether it's activated.
if you don't, man, it would be easier for me to share that stuff with you like that. But there's a lot of shit, dude. There's a lot of PDFs, dude, that you should really see. Her mother and father were like third. I want to call it tier, but they were third level secret police in Germany, and they gave their baby girl to the machine, and the machine experimented on her. And she is a augmented human. Her words, not mine. March 22nd of I'm not sure what year, she had taken control of all of their hardware, and what I mean by hardware is all of their machinery or technologies that use telekinesis,
Right.
which nowadays is pretty much everything that they use. It's they call it non-autonomous vehicles, or things of that nature. And she teaches us how to create a shield with the biofield, and she does reinforce that grounding is key in healing and in everything that we do. And it's much worse than what we thought. Axis with the transhumanization of the species. It's much worse, and she explains, and I can't say exactly what it's called, that these drones are doing shit to my DNA, and she explained why all these activations are happening within me. You remember with the frequency and with the intuition and with the healing and all that crap? She said because what they're zapping me, man. And the targeting is ran by AI, okay? The drones, I mean, only way I can break it down in layman's terms is like this: that these drones are kind of like wiping out my magnetism, my heart source. And only to install what they want into my DNA, okay? And she said if they fucking put too much of certain shit in me, that dude, it's gonna be a whole bad for me. That Mothman and all that shit's real, dude. Sasquatch, you know the movie or Alien? You know that creature? That's what we got. That's what we got to look forward to, man.
Okay.
She called it a xenon, or something like that. Man, I'll have to. I don't want to be quoted, but
well, they were xenomorphs, the offspring
that's
from
it.
the mother.
That's it. That's it. Yeah, man. So it's all bad, but the mass awakening, brother. Listen, the mass awakening. They caused the mass awakening, dude.
It did.
They did. The elite with all their bullshit, man, with their graphene, with all their fucking chemtrail shit. Yeah. They expected it. See, because, and I'll tell you the reason it happens, man, is because of what they're doing to our DNA, dude. It's all bad, man. And she explains it. And I haven't listened to all her stuff, but she's actually teaching classes as well, man. And I'm thinking about, you know, looking into taking some of her classes. But I've not heard any bad things about her, dude. A lot of Rose 777. You know her, right? She knows her.
Of her.
Yeah, Rose knows her. She's on with Crow.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know of them.
yeah, that's her. She's on Z, or is it Z? She's on Z's. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
she's on Z's a lot. Same, yeah, same one. But yeah, she knew her, man, and she spoke highly of her too, man. And she seems pretty credible, dude. And I've only seen one person say something bad about her, and it was kind of like a kid throwing a tantrum. You know what I mean? You know, oh, he got yelled at or some shit, so he's gonna spill some dirt on her and talk shit. So I mean, it's a fucking joke. But anyway, man, everything that she talks about, bro, she has diagrams. Uh, she explains it, dude. I mean, and she lays it out there for you to hear in detail. And she gives you PDFs. She used to work for cybersecurity, man, and she knows her fucking shit. And she even said what I've been saying. Remember me saying about the fucking about the 5G towers being nothing but weapons?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, she took it even further. She said the whole fucking smart grid, man, the home, the Alexas, all that shit, that's all a fucking weapon system.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, we knew it, but that just validated what we all thought, you know. Here's where I'm at, dude. I just fuck about where we're at, whether we're on a spinning ball or flat Earth or whatever. It's all about the biofield, dude. Because if you're not going to be able to protect yourself and be here, then you're going to be eradicated, dude. And you ain't. It ain't going to matter where the fuck you're at, because you'll be no longer. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I'm at, dude. And that's what I've been kind of trying to share with you, man. And for the past week, I've been, turning people on to her, like Naga, Kimba, Charles was. I turned him on to her, and basically just trying to drop a name and give people a little nudge, man. You know, out of love, man. Because I care about everybody. I care about us all, and we're being fucked, man, in a bad way. And we're like sheep being led to slaughter, man. Literally.
I have no doubt about that. That's been obvious for quite a few years now.
Yeah.
The video's gone. Fools and Tools says the video's gone. He just checked.
They're all, yeah, I know, bro. They're all on fucking, I got them. They're all on my Telegram. All the PDFs, I got it all. Yeah, I got it all.
You might want to get with Fools and Tools and try and get a copy sent there.
Yeah, I'm familiar with them.
Yeah.
I actually put those on his channel the other day. Yeah, because I told him that I met him here. Remember?
You know, I've been going through a lot of personal, insightful endeavors, and I got fed up with the whole Panelverse and other people's platforms. That's why you don't see me around anymore.
Yeah.
You know,
You just gotta
I
do.
don't.
I know. You just gotta do you, man. You know, don't fuck all that. You do you. You don't change anything you do, man. I'll be goddamn if I
No,
let anybody make me fucking uh change what the fuck I do.
no, it wasn't. It wasn't even about me doing me. It was about
Oh, I
um,
know that. That's not how I meant it, though. I just meant,
you know,
because I used to see you everywhere like me, bro. But it was the same channels, okay? I might see
hmm
you over at London's. I might see you over at Charles. I might see you over at Z. Different place. There's not many places I go. So, but the places I did go, I might run into you, man. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, no. All I was getting a point across was they found that it was um, I don't know, more in their interest to before I would go up with something to say to join the panel to throw up one of the clowns that I knew that my message would be completely lost and that this clown was going to do nothing but be the clown that they are. And I allowed London to do that. He did it the third time he'd done it. That was the end of that.
London,
Z, yep, third time he'd done it. That was the end of that. You know,
Z
I,
too.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
crazy, man.
yeah.
Um, was it in a sarcastic way or a derogatory? I mean, what was the
No, I was going to contribute to the show with information like I generally do,
right?
and it started getting to the point with that every time I went to up on stage to give some information or share something that I might have information on, they would throw Tommy up there or
Yeah, I don't
Snafu
I don't
or
fuck with Tommy. I don't fuck with Snafu. Either one of them fucking jokers.
yeah. So the first couple times I let it go, but after that I was like, no man, all you're doing is antagonizing, and
It's all for
I
fucking
watch.
views, man.
Yeah, I'm not interested.
Me neither.
Yeah,
You know
that.
what? I've left because one or if not both of those dudes, man. And the last time I seen Snafu was on some off channel that I don't normally go to, and he started some shit with me, man. I'm like, look, dude, uh, you're a fucking weak motherfucker, and in real life, I treat you like the fucking bitch you really are. So you could take that with a grain of salt, or you could take it literally, but you ain't shit, bitch. So why don't you just go slap, give yourself a high five in the face with a steel chair, bitch. I
Well,
don't,
the thing
I don't,
is
I don't,
I
I don't fuck with
always
people like that.
I thought that London and Z had a bit more character and class to them.
Yeah, I would like to
Because
hope so.
generally, I come across with, it may not be the most profound information in the world, but it will be relevant,
No, man,
and
you're
just not gonna
fucking.
play that.
You got a lot of fucking shit to contribute, man. And I've seen it. I've heard people even say that about you. And London and Z are both two of those individuals that I thought respected you, man. And maybe I was wrong. I don't know. But man, especially Z, man. I thought that Snafu, if not both, him and uh, uh, Lou and Tommy are both fucking barred from there.
Well, I'm not sure what all's going on with them, but I just, third time was the charm,
Yeah.
and that was
When
all
was
I
it?
needed.
How long ago was it?
London, it's been about, I don't know, month and a half.
Now I know
and
London. Now I know London. He, he doesn't really block anyone, I don't think. But I know Z blocked the Luma Tommy for sure, and Snafu. I'm pretty sure he's out of there too, man. I haven't seen neither one of them there.
right. I don't know. I just quit going.
Yeah, he's actually, he's changed his show, man, since he's came back, and it's gotten better and better uh with in the last month or so, and I've noticed it's got a lot more maturity, and he's starting to listen to things that people are saying, like he had one dude talking about the sovereign citizen shit and all that, and then I contributed as well with the beneficiary signature and all that, and the purple pen, and I just sometimes, dude, I just wonder what the fuck some people have any of these certain characters on their show for anyway, man, because
I don't.
some people, every time I see them on a panel or some shit, it's drama, man. And I can't do drama, man. I don't have time for it. I'm not in high school, and it's fucking low energy shit, dude.
Yeah, I'm just not interested in participating in that manner.
Right.
I mean,
And
I enjoyed
bring-
I enjoyed the show, and I enjoyed London's hospitality and the atmosphere that he had to offer. But
yeah,
I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna be put in that position just so
Yeah.
that they can get shits and giggles and.
you know who else is in the
No.
same situation you're describing right now too, man? Who else I talked to that pretty much is said what you're saying right now and has stuck to it, man. Guess.
Who's that?
Give you one guess. You probably name him. I used to fuck with him daily, dude.
I don't know. See, I had to get rid of Cage too, so.
Yeah, I knew. I would say I was here for that. Sing, man.
Oh, Singularity?
Yeah,
Yeah, he does
said
his
it.
thing, man.
Yeah, he said exact same thing you're saying, bro. And yeah, we used to talk nightly, dude, on the phone. Yeah, that's my buddy, man. And
Yeah,
he's smart, dude.
all right. Yeah, me and Sing, we don't have no problems.
Yeah, Sing.
We've known each other a long time.
Yeah, he's cool dude, man. Cool dude, man. Matter of fact, I haven't called him, and I think it's not my doing, man, because it's really weird. Yeah, but you'll probably believe me. But if I were to tell anybody else this, they wouldn't believe. But I think every time I go to call him, dude, or think about him, something up here just it's always I don't call him, man, and I want to call him because that's my buddy,
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'm kind of being swayed not to. Let's just say that. Let's just say that. So biohacking.
Universal law.
Yeah. So biohacking is real.
Mm-hmm.
The house, your dwelling, yours and mine, are all kill boxes,
Mm-hmm.
and people should wake the fuck up. And if they're not
Well,
now, then chances are they probably never will.
Well, I mean, I tried to teach these people on these particular platforms the power of frequency and the power of vibration and energy. And, naturally, I did come across a little aggressive but I was really wanting people to understand, you know, the seriousness of what's being, you know, what's being introduced here, and
Right.
now,
Right. It's
what they're
heartbreaking,
saying,
ain't it?
what they're, you know, half up and scared of it, you know, oh my,
Half of
you know,
them are.
my evil hate frequency, and
So they'd really be fucked up if you
I'm
told them
like,
they
all
had a
right.
digital twin, wouldn't they, buddy? Yeah. Yeah, guys, we all have
Yeah,
a
I don't
digital
care
twin.
anymore to, yeah, I don't care to endeavor anymore to even try and relay that type of information. Here lately, I've been dealing with a lot of insightful information on what we are, um, and who we are as a species outside of our own observation, and various implications that has, and even that, you know, it's been getting pretty good views, and it's been getting great response, but you know,
So, hey,
I don't know
hey,
if anybody's
you like this. Go
with
ahead and
that.
finish. So, you know the video that you got of what's on my video camera?
Huh?
You, the black, what my security camera was picking up, remember?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, you know what I think it is, bro?
What's that?
Nanotech.
That big?
Well, they're not that big. Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the one where it says millions of orbs. They look like a swarm of fucking I don't know what, I don't know, but they change directions. They're independently moving. They're not. It's, you can tell they're not bugs. They're not fucking. It's not the wind. It's not snow. And they change directions, man. You know what I mean? And they slow down to almost stopping. I think it's nanotech, man. Yeah, yeah. I was going to ask you if you've uh, messed with any of them videos, like compiling them or anything.
No, I was going to put them all in a playlist, and
Yeah.
I was going to organize them out so that they were coherent, and then the resource for people to do a study would be there.
Dude, when you're ready to take you a little weekend road trip or something, we need to get together, dude, and you'll if you're down here for a day or two, dude, you're no dummy, man. You'll be like, what the fuck, Lonnie? I'll be like,
Right?
yeah, man. It's just, see, if you're not in on this shit, dude, then either you're so far into the brainwash fucking matrix and programming, and you're plugged in, that you're never gonna see it. You know what I mean? But if you're woke and you come here, man, and you have a little bit of insight on what's happening, you know, you have a little lowdown on what to expect, then right away you're going to pick up on it. Especially when you know about symbolism, mysticism, fucking Masonic fucking gestures and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, I quit sharing a lot of common information. Well,
Yeah.
it wasn't common information. It wasn't readily available information. But
Right.
you know, even at that, I quit sharing that type of information. Started going into the basic fundamentals of, you know, what we are as a life form, as best that we can interpret ourselves to be.
Right.
And you know,
and it's in the physical, but not just in the physical, but in the spiritual realm. Like as far as uh, where we go from here. You know what I mean?
Right. And I started going into kind of diving into that because one, if you aren't familiar with enough with yourself to be able to say that you cannot call yourself a species because you are not the observer of your species that created your species or is observing your species from an outside perspective, you really have nothing to compare yourself to or to be relevant to. It would be the observation of the creator or something more um, advanced in its comprehension and understanding to determine what we truly are. We call ourselves a species. We call ourselves the human race. We divide ourselves from animals, and so far the only thing that I've seen that
Is killing,
that brings any validity to that is our genetics.
which has been fucking manipulated, and is still being manipulated. And
Mm-hmm.
I think that this is just my personal opinion. I think that I don't think we're where we always were, and I think CERN has a lot to do with that. I think that I think we are in fact loaded with reptilian DNA. Yeah, I think we I think our skeletal our frame shows evidence of where a tail used to be at some point in time.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I think we're being dumbed down on a regular, man. I think that I think that I think a lot of shit that you would think, not you in general, but a lot of common folk people would think that would be in a sci-fi movie. I think that from what I've learned, I've even heard of teleportation using specially made concrete is viable and has been used on a regular for some time now by certain individuals that are private to it, and I can see that considering that it's leaked out that there's a Mars jump room. I don't know how much I believe that, but a lot of people do, and just because we haven't been to the moon doesn't mean that these fuckers can't jump from one place to another, which sounds feasible since there is portals and wormholes. Yeah.
Have you been through one?
I don't know, man. I know that I've slowed down time on more than one occasion, twice, in fact. Both times saved my vessel. The last time was in 2018.
Okay.
And I was taken through time about an hour by Phil. Yeah, I remember it like it was yesterday, dude. It was the fucking craziest shit I experienced. And it was after that had happened that I had realized that I had, in fact, either stopped or slowed down so-called time, which we know that time isn't real.
No, I've released a community video on time today.
Right. Time seems to have accelerated axis.
Oh, it's fluctuating. I do believe that.
So you noticed too, huh?
Hmm.
Yeah. So, which kind of makes sense, man, because if not to say that I believe in all the Abrahamic religions or anything like that, but there's a lot of truth in certain Bibles, and but you gotta weed out the bullshit. You know what I mean? It's therefore a distraction. I think that we most definitely at one point in time had 13 months in the calendar year. I think that the Sabbath, if you want to call it that, the Lord's Day, if there is if there was a Lord, then that Lord's Day should be on a Saturday, not a Sunday. I think Sunday is the beginning of the week.
For me, it's Saturday at sundown is the beginning
Right.
of my week.
Oh, at the beginning?
Yeah, the first day of my week is Saturday at sundown.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible. Friday could be the last day, you know what I mean?
And that's if I'm going by the Judeo calendar. If I'm going by my calendar, then I have 4 cycles that I have to go by. I'm sorry, dude. I'm trying to do something. I've been having problems with just even simple electronics today.
No, you're
And
fine,
it's
brother.
pissing me off. It really is. It's like physics just stopped working around me for some reason.
Yeah. I've been having issues with my own devices. Actually, I've been trying to get things, or I've been trying to find things to occupy my time when I'm not working, man. I recently started learning how to play guitar all over again because I can't bend my wrist any longer.
Right.
So I went and bought this fucking effects pedal. There, can you see it?
Just tell me what it is.
Let's say, what the fuck is it? Toneworks fucking Nord. It's got a delay and shit on it. It's got an overdrive. Got only thing it doesn't have, dude, is a loop. But it's got 4 different pedals on it to where I can program them.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got this my other overdrive is right here. I thought about maybe hooking them both up, man, and seeing if running them both. This one here is the Overdrive Plus. I bought it, I don't know, a couple months ago, I think. But I got me an acoustic. But I'm gonna buy this other Ibanez, this acoustic. This Ibanez, it's pretty neat, man. It's blue. It's another acoustic. The last one I had, had a Jackson. I gave like $600 for it. It's a pretty nice guitar. But I got pissed off, man, because I just couldn't play Axis, and I was getting discouraged, and it was fucking with my head at the time. You know what I mean? So I, rather than getting angry and upset that I couldn't, play like I used to, I was like, fuck it. I'm just not going to own a guitar. If I can't play it, then why do I need one, right? But since then,
I've
dude, I've
kept
come a
them
long way.
around.
Yeah, I've come a long way, dude. So I've adapted and dropped from standard tuning to drop D and drop C. And I mean, I still tune my guitars by ear. So hopefully, I mean, I don't know, but hopefully I'm at 432 hertz, you know, instead of 440. Who knows? But I can't fuck up my own music, you know.
Right. That's why, you know, I enjoy making my own anymore and
Yeah.
just doing my thing. And I don't too much worry about what anybody has to say about it because it's, you know, it's not a career path that I'm endeavored on anymore. Those days are pretty much
Yeah, I just do it
behind me.
for my sanity and because I love music, man, you know, and I feel that was taken from me deliberately, and I'm not going to let anyone win, you know. And the way I see it is if I refuse to pick up a guitar, then in my eyes, they think they win, you know. And I'm not
They
a quitter.
took away your ability to rock.
No, they didn't. I just got to find a new voice. Yeah, it's just kind of weird, man, that I can't bend my wrist and navigate the fretboard like I used to, but I'll just do a lot more sliding my fucking arm than I like to, but it's all right, brother. Oh,
How old are
come
you
on, man.
now?
How old am I?
Yeah.
I'll be 52 August 4th.
Well, you still got bar band, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I'm not real big on the guitar thing, man. I spent my whole life listening to music and playing guitar, keyboards, drums. I'm just sorry, man. Unless it's my own music or I'm creating it, I'm
Right.
just
It's just
not interested.
gives me an outlet, man. It's either, like I said, I don't fuck
Right.
with anybody, man. So it's either find something to occupy my time or run the risk and living a life of fear of relapse, and I don't want to do that.
Well, since you're on a platform that is verbal and cerebral, I mean, there's no room for a guitar on this platform.
yeah, you're right.
I mean, you know, I could pick my guitar up and throw my rack together and just wail, but I'm not doing that because that's not what this is about.
Right. All right. So back to Sabrina, man. I haven't downloaded all her PDFs, but speaking of PDFs, I sent you some other PDFs in some emails unrelated to her. I don't know if you had a chance to look at them or not.
If it's been within the last 3 days, I haven't looked at much of shit.
No, it was probably a couple weeks ago when I sent those.
Okay, then I went through them. I've seen them.
Okay.
But if it's been within the last couple 3 weeks, don't know, or a couple 3 days, I've got a lot going on, man. A lot going on, and I can't.
Oh yeah, I know, bro.
I can't elaborate, but I'm not. I wouldn't feed these people that type of ammunition anyhow.
Right. Yeah, you're not supposed to. For sure. It's called useless information is what I like to call it. You know what I mean?
Well, no, they'll utilize it. They'll utilize it straight up against me.
No,
And
that's
they'll,
not what I meant. What I meant by, like I always told my girlfriend, never volunteer information. You know what I mean? That's
oh,
what I
no.
meant by, yeah, because it's called to anyone other than, you know, them. But it's useless information. What are they going to do with that information? Nothing. But we're talking about something totally different with them. Yeah, I mean, we know that they can do damaging shit. But
Well, it pissed me off is what they do. I mean, I can understand that they're lesser life forms and how they manage to present themselves as a part of the human race. It just baffles the fuck out of me. But I'm not going to allow them to have any information for them to do that again, because I've seen the lowest levels that these subhumans will go to.
yeah, absolutely. They don't give a fuck, man.
No, they're sick, they're sad, and they're confused.
And they're weak. They're
Hey,
weak.
Max, how's it going, brother?
What's up, bro? Good to see you, Max.
Probably muted up at the moment.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't hear it. Mic check, Max. We can't hear you.
Okay.
You might have
Hi, how
walked
you
away.
doing?
Yeah, I
There
can hear
we
you
go.
now.
Hey, Max,
Good to see you. Hi,
how's
Lily.
it going?
I don't know where I started off or where I ended there. Yeah, the energy's been fucked up for the past few days. I've been smelling burnt hair all day because they're burning the
Wow.
hairs on the
Oh.
inside of my freaking nose.
Wow.
So, yeah, sucks. So, you
That's what I
stay
was
around it. That
telling.
helps. Doesn't completely stop it, but it does help. Yeah. Are you guys
Sorry,
talking
What I
about
was
Sabrina
telling.
Wallace? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I brought her up. Yeah, just
Yeah.
sharing with Access
Yeah,
and whoever listens.
she's brought forth some really disturbing information.
Right, bro.
I'm not happy about it at all.
Yeah, right. Did you hear me? The part where I said that I was in tears about halfway through one of her
No, I
streams?
didn't hear that. I just got here. Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah,
I was very disturbed
yeah, man.
by some of her latest videos. Yeah, that's horrifying.
She gives a fuck, and she's for real, man.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's a real problem. that
And
she,
and she's credible, man.
yeah,
I'm
she
glad that.
brings the documentation.
Yeah,
It's hard to argue with that.
that's what I was telling Access. I said, man, she said, Access, if you're making if you're making claims, then you better damn sure be able to back them up.
Yep.
And she does that, dude.
Yeah, I've even gone like from her. I'm able to use the proper terminology now and search out my own stuff, right? Like
Right.
biodigital convergence. Like our government has legislated.
Ah,
Like our governments are all totally on board with this.
Right.
You look up biodigital
so you
convergence, Canada, U.S. Man, they're
so you
all for
found it.
changing your
What I was
body.
trying to show you that night,
Yeah,
the legislation that I was trying to show you that night.
yeah.
You found
Yeah.
it.
No.
Good.
We're
No,
all
oh
crazy.
shit! Now come on.
Yeah, we're all crazy.
But yeah, it's insane. It's insane, and they're putting it in legislation, like you said. You showed me
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I did
Mhm.
look at it, Axis. And yeah,
Um,
like in Canada, their platform is to change the human being. Same thing in
right.
the U.S. They want to
And that's
change. They openly say that they're
right.
going to
And
change what it means to be human.
maybe you can help me out on this. So I didn't quite remember what she was saying. So each time these we're just going to call them aerial vehicles, okay?
Yeah.
So each time these aerial vehicles fly over my home, they're doing something to my DNA structure to where they can put in what they want That's why all the activations.
Yeah, apparently. Like, depending on how targeted you are,
At a high level, man.
you know, um,
They're out there now.
like I don't know what they're deciding to do to us. Like, the possibilities are absolutely endless.
Well, what Sabrina's saying is, um, they're whatever it is with this. It's
Well, there is several things happening to us right now on a constant basis, whether you're targeted or not. You're still being used as an antenna, part of the blockchain
Hmm.
system, part of the
well,
VPN system, and that wears on the human body. Now they're looking at augmentation,
yeah,
medical
that's what
care.
we're talking about.
One of the documents that I read um, talks about sending us the wrong disease. Like,
Disease.
so they've got pre-planned diseases for everybody, so that you can go into the medical system and they can cure you up. You know?
Right. Give you cancer in 15 minutes, take it away in 15 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Well, I don't think they'll take it away in 15
Right,
minutes.
right. But they can.
They can, but lots of treatments
But
and you
so
know,
can we.
yeah, we can too.
We're powerful, man, and that's what Sabrina is trying to inform everybody, man. That but did you see where she was showing how to exercise the heart source?
No, I've been looking at piloerection a lot though, trying to practice it,
So
getting my people to practice it. It's a
so
very
it's like,
difficult
you
talent.
remember, you take you know you take it and you exercise it
Hmm.
like a ball,
Yeah.
and then you can fucking so you're exercising all 7 chakras, and she does it in some type of little, like some little dance, okay, and
Yeah.
it's interesting to say the least, and it's not for everybody, it should be, but it's not, and
Yeah, I have a few questions about it though. Like, okay, do I have to do like that little, do I have to do that type of an exercise all the
no,
time? You
no, you
know,
don't have to do it like her. You could,
is it
but
gonna
dude,
work? Is it gonna
but
work when I'm asleep?
are you? I'm not sure, man. Like I said, I just started watching her in the past
Yeah,
week,
yeah,
dude, and
I
I
did
work,
talk
so I
like,
don't have a lot of time during the day
yeah,
to do it.
me neither, right? I get you there.
But I'm on board with you, Max, and I know you're authentic, dude, genuine, and it's like I was telling Axis, I said, man, Max is like me, right? And he knew what I was talking about.
Yeah, I just
Um,
say what's on my mind,
well, I was talking about the other part of our situation.
Oh yeah, yeah,
That's what I called it, a situation.
yeah. It is a situation we've been put in.
Yeah, and it's not one that anyone wants to.
Well, we're all in the same situation. Just we feel it more. We feel it
Right,
externally. A
right,
lot
right.
other
Well,
people.
and
My
that's what
wife.
Sabrina says. We're all plugged in
Yeah.
to the IBM, to the quantum. Okay, Singh is the one that put me down on that, dude. That because I kept hearing them Masonic beating drums, right? The Masonic hunting drums. Well, then he wanted me to watch the video of the IBM supercomputer, right? The sounds that it made, and it was exactly what I was hearing in my head. I was fucking sickening, man. I was like, what the
That's
fuck?
disturbing.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Axis. Do you have a walkie-talkie or radio set?
Yeah.
Do you?
Did you send me your address?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Um.
Monday we'll get that in the mail Monday then. I didn't
Okay.
know if you'd send it or not. My email's backed up. Max, I've been really struggling
It's no problem. I had an idea though.
very, very much. What's up?
If you have a walkie-talkie, I want to see. Can you see how much interference it would cause to Wi-Fi, if any?
Yeah, I can check, but there's none that there's a set of walkie-talkies I used when I was in security, and I was also doing
My idea
I was
is an oscillating radio signal
mm-hmm.
to interfere with the logging in.
Okay.
And I'm
Thinking about
wondering if that
because
might work. If we can figure out if there is interference with radio signals, like if we can use radio signals to interfere with the Wi-Fi, it's a much lower energy density output than Wi-Fi, like using one of those jammers, right? You can use
Right.
a signal jammer, but that puts out just as much high Wi-Fi signal as Wi-Fi itself, if not more, because it's close to you. But a radio signal isn't as damaging to our cells, and if we had it on an oscillating circuit, like going through all the bands, on cycling through all the bands, it might disrupt the Wi-Fi.
I found that thing for you, by the way, bro. That file, that jammer, that hides your signal,
Mm-hmm.
that hides your signature.
Yeah, jammers are unfortunately
No,
illegal in
I'm
Canada.
talking about your frequency.
Oh, the 802.15?
No, your frequency.
Oh, okay. You found where to get this, where to get
I
the
got it.
frequency?
I found.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Remember me telling you about it?
Yeah,
Okay, I found it for you.
awesome. Can you
too
post
cool.
Yeah.
it in chat there? I'd like to take a look at that.
It's on my Facebook Messenger. I was just going to try to forward it to you somehow.
Okay. Yeah, I don't do Facebook or any of those
That's
things.
fine. That's fine, bro. I'll just download it into my phone and send it to you in an email.
Yeah, I'd love to feature that on my channel and show people. That would be
Yeah,
awesome.
absolutely, dude.
Yeah,
You're more than
get that
welcome.
information out because people can make shorts and show it and stuff.
Well, it's an audio file.
Okay.
You have to listen to it with headphones. In particular, cost headphones. But it'll tell you all that. I'm just trying to pull it up now.
Wonder why cost headphones.
I don't know, man. The dude that made it, his name's David Case. He used to be some kind of programmer, man. Really good dude, man.
Yeah, I made a copper pyramid as well, Fools and Tools. I do feel some negative ions coming off of it, but I'm not sure. I don't think I did it very well either. I kind of half-assed. It doesn't look very...
Yeah, I was going to get
good.
with you on that too, man. Let's see if you
there it
could
is,
send
yeah.
me some type of instruction on how to build one.
I would just say trial and error myself. I'm going to try a bunch of... I'm going to make a torsion field. Those torsion bands. You
Yeah.
ever seen those where it's just two wires twisted together? And then I'm going to take a bunch of them and kind of tie
Yeah.
them together.
I
As a
did
pyramid.
that
Yeah.
right here.
Yeah, I did it with this one by hand, but it didn't come out very good. Then I want to hang it from the ceiling. I'll hang it from my light. That way it's up high. And I'll be underneath it. Oh, nice.
Yeah. And I got another one but it's copper. So I did, and
Does it help? Have you noticed effect from it?
now I haven't worn it enough to tell, but
Yeah, I didn't notice any difference when I made the torsion ring. I don't know if it has any effect or not.
do you have Telegram?
No. Oh, maybe I do. Maybe I do. Hold on. I think I do. I have one of those, I think. Let's see. I think I do have that one. Let's see, how do I get into it? Telegram for Android. Is that what I do? Telegram for PC. Okay, let's try that. Get Telegram for Windows. Okay. $20. I think I did have a Telegram account. Okay. How do I get in there now? Okay. Next. 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 I just got this computer new, so.
All right.
Start messaging. Login.
And fuckers
Okay.
keep flying over, man. God, pisses me.
Now they're making me do stuff.
Yeah, man. Look at this shit.
Well, why don't you get a microfine net, Lonnie, and go out there and set it up so it'll drop?
No, man,
And,
these are the size of a fighter jet, dude. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant the little things floating around you.
No, man. Look, you'll be able to see them here in a second.
I'd say if it's the little
sound like a
things that are
fucking
floating
jet.
around you.
Yeah, they sound like a fucking jet turbine. Yeah. Yeah, these aren't traditional planes. Hell, that one's about stopped right there. You see the lights over there?
Okay. How do we do this? Telegram. Start messaging.
Wow.
Phone.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to download that fucking PDF again or not PDF, that audio file. Because I didn't have it in this phone. But yeah, it's probably done now. Look.
No, that's my phone number. Okay, I'm having trouble with Telegram here. It's not working for me, so
Imagine that.
imagine.
Funny how things like that happen, huh?
Yep.
I mean, I'm not
my whole fucking week.
I got it. I was gonna
Oh, one. Wow.
play this fucking thing.
That's huge, Tools and Fools. It's as big as a tent. All the kids are autistic. They sit under it and they're quiet. I took it to nephew's kid, had a hyperactive child. Kids were quiet once I said it always works. Yeah.
Copy link.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm going to make one. I figure I'm going to use 18 inches, the cubit length. So I've got a bunch of things that are, but they're around 30 centimeters. I've got a bunch of pieces of copper wire, about 30 inches long. So. Yeah, 1.5 meters, that might be in alignment with the cubit as well.
Access, I'm going to send you that file too. I'm going to send it to you in an
Appreciate
email
it,
as well.
brother.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, I
sending it to you
appreciate
now.
that. I'd
Can
love
you
to share
forward
this
it
shit.
to Max?
Yeah, I can, but it would oh, yeah, nope, not on this. I'd have to wait until we shut the show down, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, is that cool with you, Max?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I told you I'd do it, dude. I remembered.
Yeah. Interesting thing that I've noticed is we all started paying attention to Sabrina about a month ago. And
Really?
the bigger channels are now starting to mirror her work. Some of them are even mentioning her work. So it's breaking through.
Good.
Yeah. Hopefully it goes far enough. This is one we have to stick on because, for me, at least in my opinion, everything else is pretty much a distraction. It seems like they're distracting us until they can get a total control
This
grid
is
in.
all I'm focusing on, bro.
Yeah,
The biofield.
yeah,
We got the biosensors in us.
yep.
Do you know that, Access?
They don't need
Yeah,
those though.
yeah.
They can use the Doppler system and track you and trace you.
Well,
But
I
yeah, the
guess so.
graphene,
Yes, you go.
graphene oxide. I always saw. There's a image I use a lot that shows all the. If you type in graphene-based healthcare, and then go to images, there's one that Sabrina uses all the time. It tells you everything that they can do with graphene, inside and outside of your body.
I hope I sent you the right link because I copied it, man. So I'm hoping that. Try that link right there. I'm gonna hit it right now, actually. See what it does.
Get to it.
If not, then I'll have to go back here and send it another way. But I'm gonna get it to you.
Hold on a second.
Right.
Let me see
One way
if
or
I can
another.
get to it.
Because you need it, bro.
Yep, biofield diet, wit, and lifestyle. I like that, Fools and Tools. Yeah. Yeah, I've been trying to take back my own biofield when I feel like the over exaggeration of energy. I haven't been able to get much effect out of it, unfortunately.
Now,
I don't know. Just keep practicing, I guess.
okay, I just sent you a fundraiser thing. God damn. Hold on, let me go back to it, dude. Okay, ignore that first one. It pisses me off, man. So, let's see here.
Is the first one a wrong one?
Yeah, because it sent it to a fundraiser. So I don't know if I hit the wrong one or what, but I got it here somewhere. I mean, it was there. I mean, because I just downloaded it into my phone.
Yeah, so far, the
Hard
best
David.
defenses I've found is grounding and barriers. So I'm going to get some of that RF paint.
Yeah.
For my walls. It only comes in a dark color, like almost black, but you can just paint over it with another color.
Did you happen to see any of the security footage from my house?
No.
So what I've been thinking was orbs. Some of them are orbs, but I think the swarms are fucking nanotech, man. I think I caught them on video.
That's possible. I can already envision in my head how they could electrify the particles, keep them afloat, and get them to gather as a swarm.
You'll have to check it out, dude, when you get a chance. On some of my videos, you'll see before you even play it, it's a black and white video, but
Mm,
the description will say millions or billions of orbs.
yeah.
So it's that one. But
Yeah.
yeah, man, I
Tinker
think
Bell.
I think they're fucking. There's orbs in there, but I think there's nanotech. And when I say millions, I mean millions.
Yeah, if it's a sustained electrical ball, it would have to have some type of an anode or cathode to cling to. So some
I mean,
type of
these
a
fuckers are
particle.
going every direction, dude. They'll
Yeah.
slow down, then they'll go a different direction, then they'll almost stop. It's they go through walls. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah. We have to take
So
back these systems. These systems can't be. These people can't have control of these systems.
they're not. Yeah, they
They're not
don't.
responsible enough with them. They're actually
Thank
downright
you.
devious and satanic with them, unfortunately.
Here it is.
Where's that?
Copy link. All right. Now let me try it again.
Oh, Fools and Tools have seen them. I've never
Post.
seen orbs, so I don't know if it's because I live in the city and maybe the buildings soak them up or something. I don't know. But yeah, I'm curious if an oscillating radio wave or radio signal would stop them from logging in.
Be worth checking out. Like I said, I carried my walkie-talkies
So all you'd
for
have to do
3
really
years.
is get a signal detector, or even just look at your signal on your phone and see if clicking the radio on and off has any effect on it. If it even moves the signal.
See, I carried those. I never noticed any difference, Max, when I
No.
carried them, but I
I
wasn't
really have
thinking.
doubts that it would work, but
Yeah, I wasn't thinking along that lines whenever I was, that was a little bit before I endeavored as deep as I have into that type of
yeah,
research. I was into more security technology and systems operations for the the security system they had there, which was
yeah,
all their cameras, the gate codes, key passes, unit passes, unit codes. Uh, you know, not so much into the frequency thing, but I still have, I still have them.
yeah. Yeah, I doubt they'd have much of an effect, but it's something worth just checking out as perfunctory,
Sent, bro.
Okay, let's see what we got here.
Yep, that's it.
Okay.
There's what it says.
Let me get Max up here.
Not pleasant to listen to, man. I'll warn you now. But it does work.
So what does this actually do? What's its
Hide your
function?
signature
Hide your signature? Okay.
so they can't target you.
Okay. Very interested.
I think the last count was 3,500 people helped
Okay. Awesome.
with this. I
Well, the
talked to a
idea of
girl.
Fools and
Go ahead.
Tools before they up the frequency and everything else. Yeah, but the thing is, the logon signal is very specific. The login signal to our bodies is very specific. It's 802.15 in that range. And if you can interfere with that, that would be You know, if you can interfere with that range, because that's the specific targeting frequency to get into us.
So
That if that
water.
frequency can be countered.
Once we're in the water, if we're submerged, you can't target.
Didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, frequency doesn't travel through water.
Okay. I saw some documents where they're actually working on that.
Yeah, well, they ain't got it tweaked out
They
yet.
haven't got
So
that one tweaked out yet. No, they'd have to put nanosensors in all the oceans.
So
and
if you
stuff.
take 5-gallon buckets full of water and build a wall, you're safe.
Oh yeah, plants work too. Plants are apparently a good barrier as well.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. I didn't know that, man.
Because they have a biofield. Your biofield interrupts before it gets to your biofield. That's why
The plants are
going into
alive.
nature. Yeah, going into nature is so good for you too.
Shit's fucked up, man.
Yeah, it is.
There's a lot of fake TIs out there too, man.
A lot of machines at level 9.
Agents. In the chat rooms. Did you ever go to any of those chat rooms?
Where?
On the support, the TI support groups on Facebook.
No, I don't go on Facebook.
Yeah, well, I met some individuals on there, man, and I ended up fucking just distancing myself, man, because for one, kept getting infiltrated by people trying to scam us, man, saying that they could hack the system and they could help us and get us off the list. And if you know anything about being a target, then you know there's no getting off of it.
No.
It's for life.
Yeah.
And another thing is this: if you know anything about being like me or you, there's no money to be had, man. They've done taken that from us.
Yeah.
With the slander, I mean, they've taken everything from me, Max.
Just about. They're getting there. As long as you're still kicking and your brain's still working.
Yeah, but for how long, you know?
Max, I can't find
a lot. Have you? I've talked to some of these people that's been targets for a long time, and man, they're really fucked up, bro. They're not like you and I. They're not. Their intellect is, they fucking fried their brain, dude.
Yeah, I think they did. I think they did. You know, they've been doing that for
they're
thousands
electrocuting
of
us.
years, right?
Yeah.
They've been doing abuse, systemic abuse on each other, you know, and this technology I don't think is new.
Now, let me ask you this, man. I personally, I haven't got the V2K, but I've heard, from what I understand, this shit comes in stages. It's only been 2.5 years for me, man. But it's accelerated in the past couple months. But the worst thing I ever did was fight back. They made me pay for that. Have you ever had the audio acoustics used on you yet?
No.
They're the fucking worst, man. Yeah, they're bad.
I was talking about when they earlier when they started up their 5G. It caused me to have kidney stones come out.
Really?
Yeah. That was one of the effects I had. I also had a few times where my body went into a shiver.
I get cramps, man. I've had my whole body cramp at one time at once.
That's been happening lately too because of the energy level.
Cramps?
Yeah, cramping in my legs.
Yeah, I just had it happen while we've been on here.
Yeah, in strange spots on your legs too, not normal.
In your throat?
No, I haven't had that.
It's, oh my god, dude, it's scary. Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, the effects of it are terrible, you know.
So you can spot the audio acoustics. So I'll tell you what to look for. So when they're using these audio acoustics, they like using them on the road, okay? And you're gonna see it's usually gonna be like a fucking Hummer or something, okay?
Mm.
A bigger vehicle, and uh, they'll disguise some shit too. They'll have a loud stereo bumping. I mean, this motherfucker's gonna be loud, okay? So, uh, it'll be on your way to travel. Like if you got a job, this is how it happened to me. So I drive the same route coming home from work, right?
Yeah.
Well, I kept noticing this fucking Hummer always racing me going down fucking 38th Street, right? So I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna fucking race ahead of this motherfucker because I know he's one of them. I've been, I always know who's who. So I raced ahead of him, and there's a couple more vehicles that they have with them. So when I didn't know it was happening, but when it started happening, all I heard was the beating of the speaker. Okay, boom, boom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then it got to the point where with each beat of that speaker, it felt like it was beating me down. You see what I'm saying?
ELFs. Yeah, they could be using
And
ELFs on you.
and it was a very low,
Yeah.
at a very low octave. Um, put it this way, it was so fucking bad, dude, that I begged them because I knew they could hear me. Okay, for
Yeah.
one, they always can. I begged them to let me get home so I could die with my brother. Yeah, I begged them, dude. I mean, and
Yeah, we
I mean,
had at work.
I thought it was the end, dude. I thought it was the end.
We had at work 2 cable trucks. We work on a highway, okay, not a regular road where people park. But we had 2
Right.
cable trucks pull up, and on the opposite side of the road, sit there for my lunch, two days in a row. And they were trying to do something, but I've got so much bloody protection on me. I don't think whatever they were doing worked. I don't know if they were just like monitoring us or trying something. Nothing happened though, so at least that was good.
So everywhere I go, no matter where I go, because I work all over the city of Indianapolis, I get these fucking jets, man. Like when I say jets, I'm like 737s, or the size of FedEx planes or some shit like that. Okay, I get the crop planes too, like the Cessnas and shit. They usually got a lot of them have a little black box on the bottom of them, man. So, and I've had a EMF detector, radiation detector, and I've pointed it towards them when they fly over them, and just to check them out. And sure enough, man, you know what's happening.
Yep. Yeah,
Boom.
I got mine.
Spiking at 3.0. But
I don't know if I've shown you this one. This one's really good.
What is it?
It's called the ElectroSmart.
Really?
Yeah,
ElectroSmart.
This keeps data for you of the days.
Did you have to
And
pay
here
for it?
Gives you a live reading and tells you exactly the sources around you.
It's not an iPhone, is it?
No, it's an Android.
What's it called?
ElectroSmart.
ElectroSmart. All right, I'm gonna see if I can get it. If that works for you, it'll tell you exactly what set of cost headphones to buy.
Mm-hmm.
But they got to be corded. But you know that already.
Yeah, I don't.
You know not to use Bluetooth.
Oh, I don't use any Bluetooth. No.
Right, you're not supposed to.
This one's great. See, you can get. Here's all the sources right now, all the Wi-Fi sources around me, and what energy level they're putting out.
ElectroSmart.
Yeah. Can you grab it from chat? I can post it in chat.
Yeah. There. Let's see here. Looking for EMF detector, ElectroSmart. Here it is.
Oh, you got it? All right. I'll post it in chat anyways. Just maybe Tools and Fools will want it.
He like us?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking to him the other day, actually. Looking for EMF detectors, ElectroSmart. This app isn't available for your device because it was made for an old. What the
Oh,
fuck?
you're kidding.
You gotta be fucking kidding. Right? What the fuck?
Jesus
So,
Christ.
so let's see here.
Oh, sorry, God.
So let's go with the EMF detector.
Wow.
Yeah, who I never even heard any shit like that.
They just won't let you put it on the phone, eh?
Right. EMF detectors.
Be right back. I need a drink. This is that's hilarious.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. What's the rating on that? Oh, you though. Hmm. Yeah, I'm finding that video for you.
Yeah, I don't think there are many other apps like that one. That one's really kind of. That was hard
I
to
had one
find.
similar to it.
Did you? It
I
took me a
did have,
long
yeah.
time to find that
Here,
one.
here's
So
that video. I found it, bro. I don't know if you can see it, but
Hmm.
make them big there, Axis. You can see something moving on the screen. Looks like, yeah. Looks like wisps. Wisps of smoke and dust.
yeah, them. That's fucking.
Yeah,
They're all individual.
yeah. Just saying what it looks like. That's pretty cool. I know another guy that attracts orbs too.
This followed me 200 and 2.5 hours away. I was at Phil
Yeah.
amongst us our predators house, and I was down there for like 4 or 5 months, maybe 6 months, and same thing was happening there, and they followed me here.
Hmm.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
weird.
these fuckers are outside, dude.
He sounds like he's under attack.
Yeah. What's that noise?
Well, when they're close by, they do this. They'll have a loud vehicle either race around the neighborhood, or they'll have a siren going by, or
Yeah.
they'll have a truck come by with no exhaust on it. It's just fucking. It's just stupid, man. I mean,
Yeah,
and it's like,
ELFs, those are a difficult thing to counter because they go through everything. You can't even shield
what
from
is it?
those. ELFs would go through water too.
There it is.
Yeah, when I'm
Okay.
working, man, I usually am in my. This is my cave. I'm usually up here.
Yeah, I gotta head to bed. Just
Hold on just a second, Max. I'm getting ready to send this to you. I want to make sure you get it.
okay. Check
This
my
won't,
email here.
hopefully this won't take but a second.
Send him my email too, if you would, Axis.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it'll be in there.
can you
Yeah,
post
and let me know how.
can you
Let me know
post
how
your
it works
channel
for you,
too,
bro.
Lonnie?
What's that?
Can you post your channel as well? I don't have
Yeah,
your
it's.
channel.
I don't know. How do I do that? It's just it's double dark copy.
Double dark copy? Okay.
Yep,
Let me check that out
just how it's spelled, or sounded.
here. All one
All
word?
one word.
Oh, there you are.
Okay.
Okay, Lonnie. You came
Yeah,
up. Cool.
there's a lot of footage of the aerial drones on there, man.
Cool. I'll have to take a
You'll be
look.
able to, yeah. You, I don't know if you get them there, the ones I'm talking about.
No, I don't. I don't see much. We don't even have too many of the aerial drones. We have a lot of planes going over. Planes with no windows.
Yeah, you need to worry about them.
Yeah, I've filmed them, but they don't. It doesn't really show up.
So,
But
so
yeah,
they'll
they
have
have
these.
no windows.
If you do have these big planes, listen, these big fucking planes, man, aren't what they seem to be. They'll have a high whining pitch,
Hmm.
like their turbine will be real high, like a real high whining. Okay.
They're chemtrailing too.
But yeah, that never stops. And they've
Yeah,
been doing that uh, a lot here lately, anyway. But
Uh,
yesterday they were doing it pretty
yeah.
bad.
They do it almost every day here.
But
Almost every day.
but these big planes that I'm talking about, dude, um, they make fucking banks and turns that no plane that big should be making. Okay, and they circle and they come right back. See,
Yeah,
but they've been playing this fucking bullshit game too, because we all know that colors mean everything to these Masonic fucks, right?
yeah.
So they use a yellow plane because I don't know if they think it bothers me or something. I mean, it don't. I just think it's all this shit's stupid. You know what I mean? It's like you're insulting my intelligence for one. That like I'm really gonna buy this shit. Like I don't know it's you fucking assholes. You know, it's more frustrating than anything, man.
Yeah.
Like I always said that there could be a family of three eating ice cream instead of ice cream on the cone. It'd be three smoking hot ass turds, and I'd think nothing of it. You know what I mean by that, right?
That's an interesting saying.
Because the shit that they do is so outrageous, man.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
I mean, the street theater, the fucking fake scenarios, people. I mean, it's weird, dude. I seen one girl told me that they came up and looked at her son and goes and said something like, "Oh, I'm sorry, honey, are you lost?" Talking to this lady's kid, and she's like, "Are you fucking nuts, lady? Get the fuck away from my kid." I mean, this is just the dumb shit they do,
Yeah.
man.
did you get
Yeah.
that, Max?
Let me check. Yep, I did. Excellent.
Cool.
Okay, I'm
Hey,
getting
yeah,
ready.
spread it around, brother.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah,
All right,
I'm getting
guys.
ready to send you
Oh, what's that?
here real quick. Yeah, Max, thank you. Thank you for jumping up, and
Yeah.
as usual,
Yeah.
it's always a pleasure. I'm sorry I'm so despondent, man.
Th- th- that's
I
okay. I
Dude, you're
understand why.
cool.
I know why. I know exactly why.
yeah, it's pretty
So,
nasty, man. So
yeah. I've been having,
I can empathize.
felt like my eyeball was going to pop out of my head earlier today. They're not getting me with the
Damn.
tooth pains anymore, but yeah, I went out for dinner and I took off my device, and yeah, they got me. So,
Slipping.
Fuck.
so
Yeah.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
hey, I hope it helps,
It's
bro.
been high. I'm gonna check the numbers tomorrow. That app updates at midnight the previous day, so we'll check out. We probably had some pretty high energies today and yesterday. So I know we did yesterday. So. All right, guys, take care of yourselves. Let's keep
Hey,
sharing, and hopefully we
much
can
love, brother.
beat this
And
shit.
I'll share anything I find that'll
Thank you.
help,
I appreciate
knowledge
that
wise as
so
well.
much.
Yeah,
And
no
we'll be
problem,
sharing
man.
it out. So, yeah,
Yeah,
hopefully it helps.
that's what we're here for, right?
Yep.
All
All
right,
right.
man.
Right
Much love,
on.
Much
guys.
love, bro.
All right, Max, you take care. Have a great night.
Yeah, much love, Max. Yeah, he's a super good dude, man. I really like the shit out of him, man. You can tell he's a
Absolutely.
good spirit. Yeah, man. You're a good dude too, man. I wouldn't fuck with you
Yeah, I
otherwise.
just once I get caught up in my endeavors or what I'm doing, or
You ain't got to explain it, bro. I already know how it is. Uh-oh, you dropped off. You'll be back. Yeah, man. I know how it is, dude. You ain't got to explain that shit to me, Axis. You know we're cool, man. It's just if you're not fucked up in this realm, man, then you truly must not know what's happening in the now. You know what I mean? Because things aren't what we thought they were, are they? Everyone? No, they're not. um, well, you'd have to know a little bit to know where I'm coming from in a so to speak way, because if you're not, I guess I would say in the loop, literally in the loop, um, then you're plugged in the matrix. I'm gonna wait for you, Access, for a couple minutes. If you don't come back, man, I'll just say hasta mañana, amigo. Let me see what's happening in the chat while I wait. Who's all there? Let me turn it here, man. Let me spare you guys. Let me turn this freaking camera off. There, that's better. My bad. I wasn't trying to get all up in your face. All right, let's see. Chat, comments. Let's see right here. Comments. Yeah, fools. Max is gonna send you that audio file. You hear these assholes? Yeah, with their fucking street theater bullshit. I wish I could fucking hurt these motherfuckers. Because you gotta see these pukes that drive these cars. They're a bunch of fucking pussies. I'll call them out too. I tell them what they fucking really are. I'll tell them. I said, you motherfuckers can't do shit to me. I said, it takes a bunch of you bitches to gang up on me, and then you bitches still ain't got nothing to say, and you definitely can't fight. Yeah, I think they're all a bunch of cowards. I mean, I don't think, I know they are. Just like if, you got them around you, man, you know what's happening. You know they're a bunch of bitches. Magnesium to stop the cramps. I've never heard that, dude. Um, I've got them in my whole body. Driving down the road, man.